the truth as it ought to be spoken. And when I read the Bible sometimes as a Christian, I ask myself, what kind of Christian would I be? I often ask myself, if I lived in the days of Jesus, which of these disciples would I be? Because let us ask ourselves, when were we first called Christians? In fact, if you read the Bible and the history of Christianity and how we were first called Christians in Antioch, it was not a badge of honor to be called a Christian. It was not a badge of honor. It was a statement that these individuals who follow somebody whom we do not respect, whose ideas we do not respect, then we embraced it. But do we question that as Christians when we are reading the Bible? Do we read the Bible? Many of us who make the claim that we are Christians are not good Bible readers, despite your best efforts and best intentions. I normally ask this test question to my audience rather lately, and I'll test it to my audience to determine how effectively you read the Bible. When you read the book of Isaiah, chapter 6, it says that in the year that King Uzziah died, the Lord appeared unto Isaiah the son of Amos. Then I ask Christians, and who is King Uzziah? They do not know. They have never read about him in the Chronicles because they are satisfied with what they are preached to and about. Christians don't read the Bible. They read sections of the Bible. And one of the instruments that has now made Christians not read the Bible is social media. They Google a particular section. Your Grace, you'll see if you are from in the pulpit occasionally, most of your congregation are not looking at you when you are preaching the word. They are under the table. Many times you read the word and they are looking for it as if it never existed. That is the kind of Christians that we have today, claiming to be Christians. And if they claim to be Christians and you want them to rediscover mentorship from the Bible, how can they be mentored by something whose contents they do not know? I remember when we were baptized, we used to say, I reject the devil with all his works. I'm sure many of you remember that. That is not true. You never rejected the devil with all his works. Those were words that you just spoke on the spur of the moment. I remember one day when my little daughter was getting baptized. So we went for preparation for baptism at my church at the All Saints Cathedral. And the provost of the cathedral asked me, do you believe in child baptism? I said, I do not believe in child baptism. And he said, why are you bringing your child? I said, because I don't want you to give her trouble asking why were you not baptized. And we entered into a debate, and he asked me, why don't you believe in child baptism? I said, it has no biblical basis. Because if it had biblical basis, Christ would have been baptized as a child. That debate still lingers, and I'm quite certain some of you may not agree with me, but it has no biblical basis. As many as believed were baptized. Children cannot believe. They have no power of discerning. I'm still talking about rediscovering mentorship in the Bible. in this congregation, if I were to pick any one of you to recite for me the 10 commandments in the order in which they were given to Moses, I can assure you, and I'll not try it, I don't want to embarrass anybody, out of 10, possibly only 2 would recite them in the order in which they were given. Because to you and me, 10 commandments have become 10 suggestions. 10 suggestions to be obeyed only when it is convenient. And yet, if we were to use the 10 commandments alone as the basis of governing our lives, we would need no other laws in the world. We would need no other laws in the world. But we do not look to the Bible. The Bible does not guide our lives. The Bible is a convenient thing that we make reference to when we want to cover our sins. It has become a moral fig leaf that we use to hide our nakedness. And I want to tell you that until and unless we change our way,
Ojofo ga-analili Chukwu okike abịa ma chi nna nna anyị ochie chi na-afụ na ife afụ na nzuzo anyị ekene gị. Chukwu onye kere ihe niile mana o nwere ihe kere ya, ekene m unu. Ọbasi bi n'eluigwe ekene m gị. Chi nna nna anyị ochie ekene m. Asị m na ọmụnwa bụ nwa eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba aka ji ọfọ Igbo, ọzọ eme nte eme imo. Nwa bụ ugwu nwanne ka anyị ike iji m n'ụmụ uchu ugwu eze n'ọnụ ọgba n'ike. Asị m na ekene m unu na ekene dike na nke mere eme ike adịghị ime ọzọ. Chukwu okike abịa ma Chukwu kere ihe niile mana o nwere ihe kere ya. Chi nna nna anyị ochie, chi na-afụ na ife afụ na nzuzo. Chukwu mara onye aka ya dị ọcha na onye obi ya dị ọcha. Chukwu mmụọ, mmụọ ka mmụọ. Chukwu agbara, Chukwu arụkwụsị niile. Chukwu eke, Chukwu orie, Chukwu afọ, Chukwu nkwọ. Akpọkọ ụmụ unu taata bụ ụbọchị afọ. Asị m na ahịa taa bụ ụbọchị afọ. Na ahịa taa ga-afụpụla anyị anya ndị ilo, fụpụla anyị ụbịam, fụpụla anyị ogbenye, fụpụla anyị ọnwụ, fụpụla anyị ụchụ, fụpụla anyị ndị ilo, ma fụtara anyị nnwere onwe, fụtara anyị ndụ, fụtara anyị udo, fụtara ụmụ Igbo niile ndụ, fụtara anyị udo, fụtara anyị ọganiru, ma fụnata Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Chukwu okike abịa ma asị m na ụmụ Igbo niile ebe Igbo bidoro na ebe Igbo kwụsịrị na taa bụ ụbọchị afọ ka a na-akpọkugo oku wee sị gị bịa tara ọjị na chi jiri eji efogo. Asị m na taa bụ ụbọchị afọ ga-abụ ụbọchị ọma nye ndị Igbo niile. Taa bụ ụbọchị afọ ga-abụ ụbọchị ọma nye ụmụ Biafra niile. Na taa bụ ụbọchị afọ ga-abụ ụbọchị ọma wee nye ụmụ IPOB niile. Na taa bụ ụbọchị afọ ga-abụ ụbọchị ọma nye Nnamdi Kanu. Asị m na-eje anaba isi ije. Akụfesi ọ daala awọ. Chukwu okike abịa ma agbara na-agbara onye ukwu agbara onye nta, ụkpaka na-agba n'oge nke ya, gaa n'ogwu, ọchụla agụzọ gbuo enyi, ọkwa gị bara na-azụ nwa, igirigo ọgụ mmụọ, ọtụfa na ọfọ ndị mmụọ, ugwu a na-arị atụ egwu, ọgbara nkịta okwu jiri n'ọnụ ya. Asị m na tata na chi jiri eji efuola. Mụ bụ nwa eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba arịọ gị Chukwu okike abịa ma arịọ m gị ndụ n'isi ụmụ Igbo niile, n'isi ụmụ Biafra, n'isi Nnamdi Kanu. Ọya ka m wetara ọjị a ka unu bịa nabata ya bụ ọjị. Ọkwa na okirikiri ka ọ na-agba ukwu ose na ọ naghị arị ya elu. Ha sị m na okirikiri ka ndị ilo ga-agba anyị na ha agaghị enweta anyị. Nọ nkirikiri ka ọ na-ekiri odido jiri odido enyi ozu. na nkirikiri ka ndị iro ga na-ekiri anyị na ha ga-afọ anyị anya. Chukwu okike abịama ọbasi bi n'eluigwe osebụrụ ụwa chi nna nna anyị ochie chi na-afụ ifafu na nzuzo Chukwu mara onye obi ya dị ọcha na onye aka ya dị ọcha akpọkọ ụmụ gị asị m na oji ọfọ ga-analịlị na nwoke si na ya ji ọfọ nwaanyị si na ya ji ọfọ mana ọfọ mara onye ji ya. Nwoke na-akpọ Chukwu okike abịama nwaanyị na-akpọ Chukwu okike abịama Chukwu asị m na ị mara onye na-akpọ gị n'ime mmụọ na eziokwu. Asị m na ọkpara gị bụ Nnamdi Kanu nọ n'ime ụlọ mkpọrọ na-ata afụfụ. Ọ na-akpọ gị ụbọchị eke, ọ na-akpọ gị ụbọchị orie, ọ na-akpọ gị ụbọchị afọ, ọ na-akpọ gị ụbọchị nkwọ. Asị m gị dododo ga napụta Nnamdi Kanu. Na Nnamdi Kanu bụ ọnụ na-ekwuru ndị Igbo, ọnụ na-ekwuru mba niile. Otu mkpụrụ anya ji isi ụgwọ Chukwu okike abịama asị m gị dododo napụtara anyị Nnamdi Kanu. Tinye ugo nye ya ike n'elu ike, nye ya ndụ n'elu ndụ, mee ka ọnụ niile kwuru njọ n'isi ya tụọrọ ikwu mma. Chukwu okike abịama eze nwanyị mmiri oke osimiri ọgba isi ọgba ncheta ncha akpọkọ m unu. Eze nwanyị a n'ike wawa oke arụsị na n'ike asị m na ojiro nwaanyị aga anyị ọnwụ unu nwoke bụ nwa eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba aka ji ọfọ Igbo ọzọ eme nte eme imo. Asị m na ọmụ na-akpọ unu si unu bịa dododo bịa na bịa tara ọjị na chi jiri eji efuola. Akpọkọ ụmụ gị eze nwanyị idodi ikwune m eze nwanyị nwee na-ebu ngwu nge n'ụzọ oke ngwu bi n'agụ anyị ọnọgba ugwu ọnọgba isi ọgba ọnọgba akpọkọ ụmụ unu anyị teta ncha akpọkọ ụmụ unu anyị Igbo niile akpọkọ ụmụ unu eze nwanyị Amambala eze nwanyị osimiri Njaba ọnwụ unu nwoke na-akpọ unu. Eze nwanyị Ebonyi asị gị bịa tara ọjị na chichiri eji efuola. Bịa tara ọjị n'isi Nnamdi Kanu, bịa tara ọjị n'isi ụmụ Igbo niile. Ebe Igbo bidoro na ebe Igbo kwụsịrị bịa tara ọjị n'isi ụmụ Igbo niile. Nye anyị mmeri na mmeri ga-abụ nke anyị. Nye anyị mmeri na mmeri ga-abụ nke anyị. Nye Nnamdi Kanu mmeri na mmeri ga-abụ nke ya. Bịa tụnye ugo n'elu ugo, nye ya ndụ n'elu ndụ, nye ya ike n'elu ike, kpuchite ya dịka ọkụkụ si ekpuchi ụmụ ya. Akpọkọ ụmụ unu oku mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie, mmụọ na-afụ ifafu na nzuzo, mmụọ na-edu anyị eje, mmụọ anyị na ya so wee bi ụwa, mmụọ n'ụwa anyị, mmụọ n'ụwa Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka Nnamdi Kanu dị ndụ, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Igbo dị ndụ, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Biafra dị ndụ. Ana m akpọ unu oku asị m unu binyenu mmụọ obi ugadi asị m unu binyenu mmụọ agụrụ asị m unu binyenu mmụọ Tamana ọzụzụ oke mmụọ na Abia steeti asị m unu binyenu. Mmụọ Ezekona asị m unu binyenu oke mmụọ ji eji ọgụ n'Ebonyi asị m unu binye na chi jiri eji efuola. N'ọnwụ unu nwoke na-akpọ unu aja ana Igbo niile ebe Igbo bido na ebe Igbo
to the wife of Prophet Uriah. He comes and tells him, in this place there was a person who had a lamb. Circumstances define which method you use.
Physically, financially, anyhow, for us to get out of the mess we are, both mentally and physically. Everybody is needed. Mandiara, Mandisho, Onyawana is needed in this Biafra restoration. Therefore, I will not go further before bringing in one other. Please come in to make your introductory statement. One other, over to you. Welcome to the program.
And good afternoon, my fellow Biafrans. My name's Marien Haider. I am from Umunoha. Umunoha is in Bitolu local government in Biafra land. I'll be speaking from United States, precisely from Maryland today. Good afternoon to Ohamadike wherever you are. Good afternoon to the leadership, starting from the head of the Directorate of State, HDODS, Mazi, Edozi, observing all protocols to the least among them, and to all of us, the followers of this great movement, IPOB, under the leadership of Ohamadike I of Biafra land. Welcome to the program, our Saturday program. I welcome you all, believing that we all had great nights of sleep, and we are all ready with our popcorns, we are with our mania, whatever it is, to relax and let us see, assimilate what we're about to hear today. As I yield back to one of our great teachers of the moment, Mazi, welcome you all once again, and let's relax and assimilate what's about. Thank you all.
Let me go directly to this news headline. The gunmen suspected to be
never rejected the devil with all his works. Those were words that you just spoke on the spur of the moment. I remember one day when my little daughter was getting baptized. So we went for preparation for baptism at my church at the All Saints Cathedral. And the provost of the cathedral asked me, "Do you believe in child baptism?" I said, "I do not believe in child baptism." And he said, "Why are you bringing your child?" I said, "Because I don't want you to give her trouble asking why were you not baptized." And we entered into a debate, and he asked me, "Why don't you believe in child baptism?" I said, "It has no biblical basis. Because if it had biblical basis, Christ would have been baptized as a child." That debate still lingers, and I'm quite certain some of you may not agree with me, but it has no biblical basis. As many as believed were baptized. Children cannot believe. They have no power of discerning. I'm still talking about rediscovering mentorship in the Bible. In this congregation, if I were to pick any one of you to recite for me the 10 commandments in the order in which they were given to Moses, I can assure you, and I'll not try it, I don't want to embarrass anybody, out of 10, possibly only 2 would recite them in the order in which they were given. Because to you and me, 10 commandments have become 10 suggestions. 10 suggestions to be obeyed only when it is convenient. And yet, if we were to use the 10 commandments alone as the basis of governing our lives, we would need no other laws in the world. We would need no other laws in the world. But we do not look to the Bible. The Bible does not guide our lives. The Bible is a convenient thing that we make reference to when we want to cover our sins. It has become a moral fig leaf that we use to hide our nakedness.
Al-Hajj simply means that you are a stranger and you glorify yourself.
And unless
you are walking around and they are calling you Al-Hajj, and you are happy.
I mean, the Nigerian government is doing now. You know, this
Al-Hajj simply means that you are a stranger and you glorify yourself and you are walking around and
of emancipation, the gospel of liberation, both men. I mean, the Nigerian government is doing now. You know, this NIN, National Identity Number, which they are collecting from everybody in Nigeria, and they use it, connect it to bank, to your bank, your account, to everything. Under normal circumstances, it's normal anyway. But in the case of Nigeria, living in a terrorist enclave is troublesome. They collect all this data. Now they look for people, Igbo people names. They use it to register phone lines. Phone listing. Your NIN. You don't know that they have used it to register phone lines, which they give to terrorists and kidnappers. What I'm telling you is what is going on. Many people are in trouble. Igbo people, they will check the identity, I mean the number, I mean information is there. Look at how, do you see how they do things in Nigeria? Whereas every other place, the law protects your information. The law protects your information. But in Nigeria, as long as Nigeria continues existing, the Fulani Caliphate is in charge. Now what they do, they use your information without you knowing. They register phone lines, phone numbers, SIM cards, and the numbers they give you, the SIM cards they give you to terrorists, to kidnappers, so that by chance, when they are tracking, as they are committing their terrorist activities, they will track the number, they will track the line, they will see, is Mr. Chigozie Okonkwo. Mr. Chigozie Okonkwo, who is doing his normal, usual business, don't know nothing. Maybe in Abuja, in Lagos, in Aba, in Onitsha. You don't know that you are NIN, National Identity Number. The SIM card, the number the kidnappers and terrorists are using to commit crimes is under your name. So that when they track it, they will call you, they will just come and pick you. You'll be saying, what happened? They say, you are a kidnapper, you are a terrorist, you murdered, you collected the 5 million ransom. These all are in your name. Listen, in order to check whether your identity is used to register any other number, now what you do is to dial star 785 hash, star 785 hash. Do you understand? Star 785 hash. Dial it like that. Now when you dial it, you select 4. Number 4. It says view your NIN status. Once you select that 4, now you click 2. It says view numbers linked to your NIN. When you view, now from there you will check the whole numbers that are registered in your identity, your NIN, NIN, National Identity Number. If there is any number there that you don't know about, it's not you that register it, please immediately go to MTN direct, go to the office and report. They are using it to kill our people now. This is government orchestrated. They use Igbo names, Igbo identity numbers in order to register both for criminal numbers that they give to criminals, to terrorists, to kidnappers, all. So that if anything that happens, if they track the number, they will come to you. They will just come and pick you. This is what we are suffering in Nigeria. When we talk about this, all these so-called Igbo politicians, they don't give a damn about what is happening to us. All they talk about is the unity of Nigeria, the unity of Nigeria. The unity of Nigeria at whose cost? At whose cost? Now we should be wise. They are dealing with us. The Fulani Caliphate is dealing with us with state apparatus. Nigeria state apparatus is in their hand. Pantami is the one responsible for this. Pantami, you know, when he was put into office, we were shouting here to the extent even you see Christian Association of Nigeria, some people they stage a supporting rally for him. That, oh, he's welcome. For you to understand what we are suffering here, people kept quiet. A terrorist, a complete non-terrorist, they take your NIN. You know, it's in the database. Whether Nigeria have database, they take all those your identities. It's with them. They will select Igbo names. They will use it to register SIM cards and deliver it, give it to terrorists to be using, so that anything that happen, they will trace it to you. You will be in your Aba, in Omoahia, in Bayasa, in Iguacha, doing your legal business innocently. They will just come and pick you, say, you are a kidnapper. Oh, you are supporting, you are selling arms to terrorists. You are this, you are that. And if care is not taken, you will be killed silently. These are some of the ways they are using to eliminate us, our people, one by one, quietly. You know, once they bring it out, they arrest the person. Maybe the person is living his normal life, doing his normal business, doing his work. Before you know, they will say, oh, this is the kingpin, kidnap kingpin. They will call, what is this, a useless Arise television and Channels television. They are journalists, they will come with camera. How many people have you killed? So you are camouflaging with this your shop. Oh, you are camouflaging with this your hotel, not knowing that you are a kidnapper. How many people have you killed? And you yourself, you see the person is innocent of everything. You don't even know what is happening. Do you see the precarious situation we are in Nigeria? We need to face the reality. If we continue being in Nigeria in the hands of the Fulani Caliphate, the Janjaweed, I'm telling you, we are going to finish. When I talk about finish, it's not only physical finishing. This is why South Sudan fought for 39 years. They understand the Janjaweed. They told Britain, you cannot leave us into the hands of these people. It's better you continue colonizing us, no problem. Oh, it's all of us, no problem. But to go and leave us in the hands of these people, instead all of us will die. And they pick up arms. Do you understand? And you see where they are today. After the whole difficulties, they are free. It doesn't matter. That is how it is. Our own, some of the Nigeria. Oh, Nigeria. Now people are shouting election. If you become disappointed again, you are hopeless. Simply hopeless. We need to do this thing once and for all, and that is what we are doing. Let me also read this press release of 16th December, that is today's press release by IPOB. Nigeria government systematically killing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB. We, the global movement and family of the indigenous people of Biafra, ably led by the indefatigable liberator Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, condemns the systematic state-sponsored torture and slow killing of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the DSS custody by the Nigerian government. The world should take note of this atrocity going on in the DSS, Abuja dungeon, against the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. Nigeria government has deliberately planned to eliminate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is illegally detained in the DSS solitary confinement. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is battling heart problems and some mineral deficiencies which require medical specialist attention, but the Nigeria government have refused to release him as Nigeria courts ordered, nor have they allowed him access to his personal physicians. Instead, they have resulted in patronizing roadside pharmacies for his drug. These people are just going to buy drug for our leader on roadside pharmacy. God forbid bad thing. Instead, they have resulted in patronizing roadside pharmacies for his drug, which we see as a systematic and gradual diminution and killing of his life and final elimination method. A few days ago, IPOB legal team members and a brother of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu visited him in the DSS custody, where he informed them that DSS agents have not given him his prescription drugs for 9 days and more. More so, DSS hasn't given him food for some days, claiming that they don't have money for his food and drugs. How pepestros. How pepestros. We, the global family of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, therefore call on the Nigeria government to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu immediately if they can't afford his medications and food. IPOB is more than capable to provide for our leader the best medical services in the world and can give him any food of his choice, but it is their responsibility to ensure that he fits well with good medical attention, because they are illegally renditioning him, or they illegally renditioned him. IPOB will not take it lightly with them. If anything untoward happens to him, they cannot succeed in breaking him down. It is impossible. We in IPOB understand the recent actions of the DSS as a plot to systematically diminish and finally kill Mazi Nnamdi Kanu by starving him of his drugs and food. But we wish to remind the Nigeria government and all who are remotely interested in Nigeria to bear in mind that IPOB and in fact Biafrans will wage unending wars with Nigeria state if anything untoward happens to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This is not a threat, but a promise that generations of Biafra must keep even after Biafra nation has been restored. Several times we have called on Malami and his collaborators to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, as the cause of competent jurisdictions have ordered. More so, the UN working group gave directives for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to be released and be compensated by this Nigerian government, but Malami, the Fulani Kabas, and other self-seeking politicians who control the imposter called Buhari have refused to obey court verdicts and UN directives. Once again, we call on foreign embassies, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and all diplomatic missions in Abuja and Lagos in Nigeria to prevail on Nigeria and its security agencies, especially the DSS and Malami, to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and conduct a UN-supervised referendum for Biafrans to determine to stay in Nigeria or go home to Biafra nation. As Nigeria government through DSS wants to kill Mazi Nnamdi Kanu by starving him and refusing to give him his medication, and at the same time they are sponsoring criminals in the eastern region to blackmail IPOB, and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu serve as evidence that the agents who want to conquer and take over our ancestral lands are frustrated by IPOB and ESN operatives' resistance of their agenda. But they should tread with caution, lest they wake up the sleeping dog, thereby murdering slave for the entire nation for ages. They should understand that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu holds the temporary fragile peace that is being experienced in Nigeria today. Comrade Emma Powerful, Media and Publicity Secretary for the indigenous people of Biafra. That is it. Now, we are continuously urging all and sundry for the interest of everybody to pressure Nigeria to obey their courts from the area. The gunmen who came in large numbers were confronted in a fierce gun duel by Ugochinyele's police orderlies, preventing them from getting at him. But his uncle living close to him was I want to just glance through the headline. US explains exclusion of 5 African leaders from summit. You know what happened? You know, the other day they went on, I think, a 3-day summit. You know, African politicians, they are just like you know, chicken. America will call boom, all presidents and prime ministers in Africa. They will just run. Go. America, okay. Japan. We call the whole Africa, summon them, and they will come. In Japan. No dignity. France, the same thing. Even Italy can call them. The same thing. And you start wondering, what type of continent is this? Why no dignity? A continent, AU, African Union, the headquarter in Addis Ababa today is being built, head by China. It's only $200 million only. Money that one Alhaji, one Fulani Alhaji will just write a check and it's done. I'm not talking about even a president or just ordinary Alhaji will write a check of 200 million. They don't say no. Out of dignity, they didn't say no. China built everything and bug everywhere, so that even if you are whispering in every room, Chinese, they are listening. This is how bad it is. Now they went to America. You know, the other time Macron, the French president, went to America on an official tour to Biden, and that is the result of his tour. You know, France now is afraid of losing some of their slave countries in Africa, so they went for America to help them. Let me tell you what happened. Macron talked to Biden that, look, now you know the other time Macron, France said Russia is peddling propaganda against West in Africa, and in that these people, they are now trying to be on their feet as an independent country. Why should they go and talk to Russia or for help, in one way or the other? Now, let me ask, if Africans are intelligent, do you know what they would have done? They would have told America, say, no, you must include these people. You must include these people. If you don't include them to come, we are not coming. Do you see the way Africans sold themselves during the slavery is what is happening today, but in another dimension. Today they are using African politicians to sell the whole of Africa. Do you understand? On my timeline, Facebook timeline, one pastor in Plateau State that staged his own kidnap in order to get money, to obtain money from his followers. He said, I staged my kidnap because of financial challenges. Nigerian pastor arrested for collecting ransoms from congregation. This is for collecting ransoms from congregation we are seeing in that zoo. What the zoo have turned everybody into. Imagine this person that can kidnap himself, set up the whole thing in order to obtain money from his own people, his own congregation. Imagine, he is a person that will be praying for you. Through him you will have miracle, this and that. But look, this is what the system has turned everybody into. Through religion, through every part. For you to understand the system is bigger than all these things, than religion. What people should be fighting for is good system, not going to pray for your own miracle. No, After all, personal success is nothing. If you are the only millionaire in the midst of wolves, millions of poor people, you are not safe. That is the source of insecurity in Nigeria, because there is no good government. That is it. And that is what we want to make, we want to pin so that people will understand this. We are not against democratic process. We are going to continue helping you, giving you aids. The same way France lobbied even America during the time of Haiti, when Haiti defeated Napoleon Bonaparte's army. They lobbied America. The same thing is happening in our present. You know, history is repeating itself. Macron is lobbying, he lobbied Biden, and he summoned the whole Omo here in Africa. Oh yeah, everybody, oh yeah, come. Oh yeah, come. And all of them were happy. They call them leaders of people, leaders of countries. All of them were happy going to that summit. Even when 5 of their fellow African countries were excluded, which they should ask questions. But do you know what America explained? He said, no, it's not demo. The UN states, let me read it a bit. Yesterday clarified its decision to exclude 5 countries from US African Leaders Summit holding in Washington DC next week. According, that was, he said next week because that was passed. You know, it's on 8th December, this news, because the summit has been held. According to the State Department's office, 49 African governments and African Union dignitaries were invited to attend the 3-day summit beginning Tuesday. However, 5 countries were excluded from the invitation: Mali, Guinea, Conakry, Burkina Faso, Eritrea, and Somaliland. Justifying the exclusion yesterday, Senior Director for African Affairs at the National Security Council, Jude Devamont, said that the State Department wanted to respect the decisions of the African Union and did not invite countries the AU has sanctioned, as is the case of Mali, Guinea, Conakry, Burkina Faso. You understand? He said the other ones, Eritrea and Somaliland, were excluded because they don't have diplomatic relations with the United States. Okay, now, you see why I always say that, you see all these things they form. African Union, Economic Community of West Africa, say ECOWAS. They are all serving the interests of the West. Direct. There is no two ways about it. Anything that happens now, America, the West, they use all these unions in order to push them, pressurize them underneath, so that they do their bidding. Now, when they come on, they say, no, it is not us, it is African Union. It is African Union that did it. So it's ECOWAS. It's not also, it didn't concern us. You see, the worst form of colonization we are into. Had it been that these people are directly on top of us physically, we are seeing them, it would have been okay, because we are seeing them. We hold them responsible. Anything that happens, we say it's you. They are here. I Jimmy, all gone. But this time they are far. They are using their stooges in order to deal with us in a very tedious, evil manner. I'm telling you, it is very, very sad. Very, very sad indeed. Now, before I bring in Wada, there is also this news, just one news. December 15, 2022. Florida pastor and son arrested for allegedly using church COVID loan to buy $3.7 million mansion. You see it? These are people that we mount and preach to you how rapture is coming tomorrow, how heaven will fall. A Florida pastor, Evan Edwards, and his son Josh have been arrested for fraudulently obtaining $8.4 million in COVID relief funds and using most of it to the purchase of a luxury mansion on Disney World property in the United States. Listen. According to NBC News, even to know about in this planet Earth, there are many things Aslan International Ministry. Every time we are taken into federal custody from their family home in New Smyrna Beach. The arrest came after the Edwards Paycheck Protection Program funds were seized by the Secret Service way back in April 2020 after the Fed suspected their family ministry was bogus. Josh applied for the loan in April 2020, claiming his family's religious non-profit Aslan has 486 employees and a $2.7 million monthly payroll, according to a federal forfeiture complaint. Aslan's actual number of employees and payroll expenses were significantly lower or entirely non-existent, the indictment states. Do you see? Only away pastor that the Jew no now command the fire on the pulpit. Thousands are watching him direct, other millions will be watching him through television worldwide. But he's a criminal. Do you see why I call them criminals? You know, Patis Lumumba, which I put his voice, he said, they put church, Christianity or Christianization has become a very big business. That is how they programmed it in Africa. Now, but do you know one thing? This man was being arrested because he's in America. If it's in Nigeria, the miserable people that are being deceived are the people that will be defending him. Leave him now, he's a man of God. Can't you? Why are you judging him? Anything he do is between him and God. Don't judge. For you not to be judged. Don't judge. That is why Nigeria is Nigerian issues. Nigeria is smelling. It's disgusting. They cover evil through one way or the other, through religion. They cover evil. In America, you don't do that. You don't do that. You are under the control of the government. Now, they don't know that they are being watched secretly. Now, the whole thing, they have concluded before they can come out to make the arrest, they have every evidence at their disposal. Direct. So, what will they deceive the members do? If it's in Nigeria, who will touch them? The Nigerian politicians will encourage them more, and miserable people will be going there thinking that they don't know that the more you look, the less you see. You know, that is why in Nigeria they are the richest. They are very rich. Because they deceive the gullible. Nigerians are very, very foolish and gullible. They don't understand what's up. I'm telling you. Once they use religion because they are sentimental. If it's in Nigeria, who will touch this? Touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. That is what they will be quoting. Who will be quoting it? People, miserable people that are even dying of hunger. That are going to the church every day. So in sowing seed to this man. No, don't leave him with God. Don't talk anything. He's him and God. And get in there, one other, please. I don't know. You want to come in before we enter into the subject matter?
Yeah, Mazi. One of the things you just said, what you explained on the global stage is what is happening to us in that contraction or in Africa in general. What I'm trying to
say, when people work hard, when digi, you know, you go to the barn, yam ban, you see yam everywhere, or a source of pride to the family. You know, working hard. In our tradition and culture, there is nothing like money or money ritual. There is nothing like money ritual. Never. As a child, personally, I'm talking now personally as a child, I started hearing of money ritual as attached to Ogboni secret society. It's something new. When I was a child, hey, and I saw that place also. I could remember in our place, there's one man that was building a house. We don't even know the man. Mansion. From beginning. As children, we don't know. So, you see that it is something that came from another place. Also, Nollywood promoted it. Nollywood film. We can testify that film Andy. Also, I will not enter this. He entered into money ritual society or cult, according to the movie. And many Nollywood expanded this phenomenon. You know, as from the 80s, 1980s, when Pentecostal churches started expanding in our land, our people started being deviated from working hard. They started preaching miracles in place of working hard. Miracle for everything. Sowing seed to obtain instant financial wealth. I could remember with little, but I could remember. It was that time this Pentecostal churches started spreading in our land, always, everywhere, spreading. People started carrying Bible from morning till night. People started leaving their work, places of works, in order.
A question and answer, whether it's a debate, whether it is whatever advice at the Chatham House of London. They have gone there and they debriefed them. Any one of you that wins, these are the roles you must play. So, why do they do that? So that we'll continue to attack our people, rightfully so. But the point is that they'll be coming out and saying, we are not the one responsible for your problem, it is your people. Meanwhile, they're holding the people like this is a flag that's placed on a man's whatever. So that's the dilemma we are in. That is why we are advocating that we must exit, and that we are not only going to exit, we're going to lay a clean foundation on this new nation we are trying to build, where equity and fairness and justice and transparency is going to be our true mantra. Because once you get yourself corrupted, that's how these people that run the globe come in. They will encourage you to go into that corruption. They will encourage you to be the one that perpetuate your people. Just like somebody like Uzodimba today. Uzodimba is a damaged good. Umar is a damaged good. I'm calling the ones that is so apparent. Tell me now, if for any reason, tomorrow they come to vie for election, if you place them in that election, they win the election, and then the powers there be that matters wants to use them, can they say no? Because we know that they are the same people that's going to help them to get into that power. They cannot say no, because once they say no, the next thing will be, oh, you committed genocide when you were the governor. That's what they will do. So, because it's apparent that they are committed genocide, but ask yourself, why is nobody talking about it? These people have killed their people. All of them, they have killed our people. But nobody is raising an eyebrow. International community, you think they don't see them? They see them. You think Nigeria is not aware? They are aware. But they are waiting to see them take a misstep. Then they will open the book for them, or their books for them. So that's the problem we are in, and that is why we're encouraging our people. Nobody is stopping you from voting any election, but know that you are not recycling.
Because it cost us. Originally, there has never been a dibia in our tradition that makes medicine for money. Let me repeat it. Originally, under our pure value, there has never been a dibia in our tradition that makes medicine for money, or money medicine, anyhow you call it. Our ordinala covers every facet of our daily lives. It is our way of life. You understand? Including many things. So, when we talk, I don't know, when we talk about our, even as a baby, as a child, I never see where they say, okay, this is a native doctor that makes medicine for money in our land. I've never had it. I have never seen it. I've never heard it about it. What we have are, native doctors in different specialties. Some orthopedics, there are native doctors that are meant for Biafra. You understand? That's it. That is true. Biafra. To determine, I will come to that anyway. Our ordinala covers every facet of daily lives. It is our way of life, including rules from childbirth, rules and regulations from childbirth. When a child is born, consultation to know who comes back, that is reincarnation. It is in our tradition, our pure tradition. I could remember my younger sister. She was very sick because, according to the story, that she was given a wrong name, Onyelorowa, and she became nearly she died until the right person, the right name was pronounced, and she became healthy. Here our culture is our tradition that needs even more insight in order to understand all these things, because but when they manipulate us to condemn everything, because it's our tradition. Whereas all these things you are practicing it, even in Christianity you are practicing them. I will tell you why. How? I will tell you how. Let me continue by saying that our ordinala covers every facet of our daily lives. It is our way of life, which includes rules from childbirth, that is when a child is born, consultation to know who comes back, reincarnation, circumcision if it's male, entering adulthood, responsibilities as male or female child, our social well-being, social organization and governance, relations with others, marriage life, bearing children, and our social life in general. This is what our value covers, because when we talk about it, it covers everything, including our feeding. That is how they brought us up. This is who we are. Our value is who we are as a people. I said this the other time. There is nothing you can eat as a pure Igbo Biafran man. As na village, it doesn't matter what you eat, and you stay 1 week, 1 month, 2 months without swallowing, you will not feel at ease. I don't know whether it's only me, but I know other people also. You don't feel at ease at all. You don't feel at ease. You must try to swallow, because that is who we are. Is our feeding, our food, the way they brought us up. That is one of our values. This is what we preach here. Is it because this one is food? What you eat, you taste it physically, and you see how nice, how tasty it is. Imagine that they come, the colonial master say, no, eating this thing is not good, it's evil. You will fight against it. You say, why? Because you are tasting it. Is something that you taste, you savor it. That is how it feels for other of our values to be removed from us, to turn us and manipulate us, brainwash us into fighting against our value. You understand? It doesn't matter in which name, in what name. It is bad. Let me continue by saying, serious crime in our land is known as abomination against the land. That is Imeru Allah. Imeru Allah. We call Allah because the land connects us all. It's universal. And this serious crime has punishments according to the gravity of the offense. It could be community service and being disgraced. It could be ostracism. In our place we call it Ebwangbe. Which could be sending the offender into exile or being in the community but excluded from all social life there. Onye di ụta o nwere ike nọ na village mana enwero ya kele mmadụ. No person talks to him or her, no person salutes him or her. Yeah, no, he will be in the village but he's just prison, because according in our tradition originally we didn't have prison. I'm not saying that prison is bad, no. As of that time we didn't have anything like prison, but we have a way or ways of punishing offenders. That is who we are. So in any case we can develop all these things into who we are, and we obtain respect from everywhere around the world, instead of castigating it, instead of demonizing it, because we enter into another system or another tradition. It is very, very bad. Okay. Also, when a crime is committed in a community, when the identity of the criminal is not known, there is always trial by ordeal, what we call trial by ordeal. Oath taking or juju swearing was a major component of trial by ordeal. The whole adult members of the village could also be subjected to juju swearing or oath taking, with the use of a dreaded oracle or charm to prove their innocence or expose their guilt. Now, the explanation is this. When a crime is committed in a community, in a village, when the offender or the criminal is not known or seen, now people, adults, will be subjected into taking oaths, swearing oaths, juju swearing, or swearing oaths in a shrine. But do you see how they break us? They tell us that, oh, this juju is not good, is evil, is Satan. This is what I always say, no, it is lie. This mentality is just like the same thing as accepting white angels and black Satan. How do you know? This is white supremacy in action, and they put it into the religion, and now you visualize it. Anything you put into your brain, you can dream it. That is the truth. That is the truth. Sometimes just be watching or be listening to radio and you doze off. It used to happen to me sometimes. Subconsciously, you can be dreaming what you are hearing in the radio. You can be dreaming it as if it's in the dream. You know? So, they have succeeded in infusing in our mindset that, oh, angels are white. So that when you see a white person, it's an angel. That is one thing they have succeeded in doing. So that when you see Satan is black. But mind you, these are just what they bring in order to deal with us mentally. Do you understand? Whenever there are extraordinary health challenges in a community, we are required to diagnose and find out the cause. Whether it is due to going against the rule of the land in any way, or natural occurrences, which also requires the services of our native doctors or dibia of different specialities. We have dibia, our native doctor. Forget about these people that come out today, that come out today, all they know is about making magic, making money. Thank God, one of their systems, the other day, our Mazi, Matthias, he exposed it. Just the same thing the pastors are doing. And now, healing, receive your miracle, receive your bank alert, take it. And somebody will shout in the crowd, maybe 5 people. I'm on a control room now. I receive money, I receive money, I receive money. All those things is fake. I'm telling you, fake. So, our real culture, we have the real dibias, different specialities of dibias. You have people in the orthopedics, in the that is their specialty. Onye gbajiri okwu asị ekpo ega ma ga na nke oku afọ all lineage in the and you go there, he knows the herbs to go to the bush to take, and obiomegia, everything will heal normally. These are things that had it been we are left alone, we would have developed them. You know, when you read like Shakespeare, the old English, all these people, they call them like apothecary in the old English. People that you just like the dibias of our land. They can cook concoctions from the bush, from the forest, from the ground. Anything they can pick, they know it. It's their knowledge, and they use it to heal one sickness or the other. That is what we have been, made to discard. Now you see our so-called native doctors calling themselves native doctors. That is not our culture. What brought it out is this thing from I can tell you that in our culture, in our traditional way, our value, we don't have we don't have it. We have people, yes, we have them. Just the same way your pastor can see your pants. Your pastor can see your name, see your telephone number without you telling him. You understand? Consultation is in our culture, which is also practiced in Christianity, but demonized when we practice it according to our culture. When your pastor is seeing you are past and present in a form of Biafra, it is a form of Biafra. Somebody is here, come. Somebody is here, your name is Antonia, you have one child. The person will not come out. He will tell you what happened yesterday, whether it's real or information they gave to him beforehand. Somebody, because who knows? It's a form of Biafra. That's it. But why do you condemn it when we practice it in our own way? Why? You demonize it because you have been programmed to do so. This is what we do here in order to reprogram our mindsets so that we know what we are doing. Because sometimes I see that what the Europeans tell you to call your brother. They say, do not yoke yourself with a Gentile, together with your Gentile. What has light and darkness have in place? Oh, Chino Achebe will say things fell apart. Some say it's John the Baptist. Some say it's Elijah has come back. You know, before people can be saying this, which means there is that tradition of reincarnation. It is there that Elijah is coming back. How? It's through reincarnation, through another person. You understand? Just like the Hindus, they believe in reincarnation, cycle of reincarnation, until you attain what they call nirvana. That is perfection. You know? So you see that traditions differ, but all are almost the same. When you check it, when you put it, fix it one way or the other, you see that they are heading to one place. But why are you demonizing our own? We have our traditions of securing trees, our forests. But today, because of the Christianity they brought to us, you see that they destroy our trees. They cut down our trees and destroy our forests in the name of that. That is the abode of Satan. How naive you are. How naive you are. They destroy our flora and fauna in the name that, oh, this place is where Satan lives in our land. No, that is not true. It shouldn't be. You understand me? What about spiritual churches? All these celestial church, cherubim and seraphim and all of them, all the rest of them, you attend there. Rituals are performed by every religion. Ritual is a solemn rite. Even in Catholic Church, when you know the Ega Natoriri, every Sunday they do, what do they call it? The perfume, this incense. Burning of incense, all those things they are doing is a church ritual. It's a ritual. Good. That is what foreign religion brought to us has done. The way the Fulani are seeing us as infidel. When you see your brother, some say it's John the Baptist, some say it's John the Baptist, some say it's Elijah has come back. You know, before people can be saying this, which means there is that tradition of reincarnation. It is there that Elijah is coming back. How? It's through reincarnation, through another person. You understand? Just like the Hindus, they believe in reincarnation, cycle of reincarnation, until you attain what they call nirvana. That is perfection. You know? So you see that traditions differ, but all are almost the same. When you check it, when you put it, fix it one way or the other, you see that they are heading to one place. But why are you demonizing our own? We have our traditions of securing trees, our forests. But today, because of the Christianity they brought to us, you see that they destroy our trees. They cut down our trees and destroy our forests in the name of that. That is the abode of Satan. How naive! How naive you are! How naive you are! They destroy our flora and fauna in the name that, oh, this place is where Satan lives in our land. No, that is not true. It shouldn't be. You understand me? What about spiritual churches? All these celestial church, cherubim and seraphim and all of them, all the rest of them, you attend there. Rituals are performed by every religion. Ritual is a solemn rite. Even in Catholic Church, when you know the Ega Natoriri, every Sunday they do, what do they call it? The perfume, this incense, burning of incense, all those things they are doing is a church ritual. It's a ritual. Do you understand me? What we say, we don't invent it, is a historical fact. You know, they don't like us to bring out this type of history. They will say, no, leave it like that. We can never leave it like that. It's impossible. You know, shivering. Whereas you are going to church and you are worshiping God, and God is a spirit. Why is it that at the mention of the spirit that now you become, jittery? You become jittery. It is very, very sad indeed. Therefore, before I continue, I don't know whether you have anything to say. I have somebody disturbing this line, honestly speaking. I don't know whether you can hear me. My goodness me. No, wait. I have somebody that is disturbing this line. Let me bring more in from another place, because this is when you want something very urgent, it becomes very slow. But we must continue, because I know there is a call that is, my goodness me, my goodness me. Let me do something, please. Mostly by burning alive, just like the Islamic blasphemy law of today. When you see the law today, Wanda, I have to call you here, please, because somebody is. Do you know that? No, maybe you don't know. You think that, oh, Christian, I just come like this. Oh, Bible say you know quit or not. Okay, you don't know what passed, what transpired. You didn't know. That's why I always challenge you, go and make researches, please, before you talk. Let us stop talking on sentiments, only sentiments. Because of sentiment, you come out and talk. No. Cool down. Go and make your researches. Reason like a human being. You are supposed to a Catholic or CMS or Muslim. Reason like a human being, mother, that you are supposed to be. Make your researches. Now you come out with the reality. But when you are sentimental, you block the truth from yourself. I don't know from where you stopped. No, what I was saying in effect, because of many calls and disturbances which people are calling to distract, to stop our conversation, our flow, but we must continue. When we talk about ritual, people think that is a very something very huge, something very bad. Every religion performs ritual. When you go to the church, you take communion every Sunday. You have to qualify to take that communion. Those things that are being done in the church is regular, solemn rite. Is regular. Is an order. Is going on prescribed order. So it's a ritual. Now my argument is this, that there is nothing like what do you call it, ogwego, dibia na ogwego in our normal tradition in Igbo land. There is nothing like that. Here we hear with together with the church, Pentecostal churches that started the miracle money. That is my argument, and that has been my argument, and I maintain it. Because if you can call in order to dispute, there is no problem. We talk about it. So, as I said, our ordinala covers every facet of our daily lives, from childhood to adulthood to marriage, social life in general. So, when we talk about immerala, it's a crime known as abomination. It's a crime. Crime is abomination against the land. Imero Allah in Igbo language. And it has punishments according to the gravity of the offense. It could be community service, ostracism, that is, the person can be sent into exile, because we never had prisons. You understand? Or somebody might be in the community, but I'm a prayaniwu and I want a one pay. So if he sells, carries his goods, go to market, no person will buy. If he come to buy you, you don't sell. If he pass you and salute you, you don't reply. You cannot also salute. So the person is in the community, but is only him or her. It's a punishment also, because we don't have prison. Prison is not bad, but that is also a form of our punishing offenders, so that after a while the person will be restituted depending on the way he behaves or she behaves. That is what I'm saying. So this is where I'm going to stop for the meantime, because I don't want to continue repeating, because one other said he was not hearing me because of people that are disturbing the line. One other, I don't know whether you catch a glimpse of what I'm saying. You can just come in briefly, please.
I can relate to the summary you just gave. The thing is, it's really sad that whoever is calling or people that are calling is really unfortunate. Again, it speaks of the quality of the mind of some of us. We don't want to learn. We don't like to debate. We like to get into confrontation even when it's not necessary. You don't have to like this program, but you don't have to disrupt the program. I must say this. So because our people are Ike Wunolo, the Fulanis are out there destroying everything. The Fulanis are out there in the name of Muslim religion. Look at there was a tape I had yesterday, or video, how they have been planning this thing. The man came out and said, this has been an ongoing plan we have to have Muslim tickets. What have the so-called Christians done? Nothing. The Fulanis have succeeded in, they are coming to disrupt this program. Whoever is doing that. The Fulanis are out there, having entered Biafran land. They have established, not only have they established mosques here and there, the Fulanis, the Muslim Fulanis, and the Fulanis in particular, because they are the one carrying out this agenda to Fulanize the whole of Nigeria. It didn't start today. The Fulanis have succeeded in doing what? Translating Quran into Igbo language. Do people understand the magnitude of that, the impact of what it means? What it means that in the near future, if Biafra does not come, even when Biafra comes, they have also a thorn in our flesh, because these our So these are brothers and sisters that are going to be converted into Muslim religion now, are going to be the one that will start carrying the jihadi war against us in the name of Muslim religion. These Christians are not attacking them. They are not defending their faith. They are sitting down there. They don't see. They can't even make a statement. Because this thing is coming to be. But they come and attack or disrupt a program that is set to open their eyes. These Christians are there. Whosoever will go and kill. They all claim to be righteous. They all claim to be praying to Chukwuemeka or Jesus or whatever. Whosoever will finish killing people, sacking communities with the military, with the Fulanis, and he will go to church and receive Holy Communion. How many Christians have stood up and condemned it? Oh, their Bible does not. Their Bible now encourages killing people, right? These Christians are there. Women are being raped. Communities are being, people are being slaughtered in the name of jihadist war. Where are these Christians that are disrupting this line right now? Where are they? Even though what we are preaching is not for a particular religion, we are talking about universal consciousness of Godhead. God has no particular religion. God did not create any particular religion. According to their Bible, in the book of John, it said, those who worship God must worship him in truth and in spirit, because God is a spirit. He transcends all physical. God stands outside time. God is not inside time. In the beginning, he was existing. So when you want to talk to me about whether it's a Sunday or Monday or Tuesday, that's the creation of man. God stands outside that. When you want to talk to me about Christmas or whatever, God did not create any particular day. It's your concept. It's my concept. It has nothing to do with God. Even as we are discussing this thing now, culture, values, because they all tie into politics. Politics is an everyday activity, whether you take it or not. When you get up in the morning, you want to make a decision, even in your own household, how to run your family. It is politics. That is why somebody like me says politics is local. This Fulani is oligarchy. They have succeeded in bottling down the houses, taking over. They started the same way they're coming into our system now. And nobody's saying anything. They were Christians then. Did they fight the Fulanis? No. Rather, they were fighting themselves. They finished, they went to the Yorubas. We are watching. Now you have Muslim ticket. Do people understand the implication? Because that's how to bring in the Yorubas in. Because the Yorubas are busy saying Jagaban is one of our own. He's one of our own. But the main agenda is because of Fulanization. Because if they don't bring him as a Muslim, they cannot galvanize the Yorubas. They are doing it in our place now. Uzodimba. And all of those stooges. Umai. Name them. But the so-called Christians are the ones supporting them. On Sunday they will go to churches. Where is the preaching? God is not enjoying any particular religion. I'm going to continue to say this. Because religion is the concept of man. It has nothing to do with God. But let me go to one or two things you touched. Our culture, there's a reason why God placed you and I where we found ourselves. The location we find God Biafra. Has any of these people asked themselves, why didn't God make the whole world to look the same? Have the same eye color, have the same hair texture, look the same height. If they believe in God, they believe that God is supreme. Every religion believes that God is the ultimate, the supreme, the all-knowing, the all-knowing. His knowledge and his intelligence, you can't even quantify it. My mind, your mind cannot even quantify what this God is. But in his infinite mercy, in his infinite wisdom, I meant to say, he created every culture differently, gave them different tongues, gave them different culture, inspired them to come up with something that is unique about them. Even the plants and food they eat that in all these locations are different. All these people I'm asking that want to make the world to be either Christianized or Muslim, Islamized, and are reverencing God. Why didn't God, from the inception? Because God controls the mind of everybody, according to their Bible. He said, nobody, you can't even understand no man can understand his heart. It's not except the Lord God. Only him can understand the deepest part of my heart, the deepest part of my mind. What I'm going to do tomorrow, I might make a plan today, but God already knows that plan will not come to execution. That's the God we are talking about. So why did he not make everyone to be a Christian or a Muslim or Buddhist? Because God has nothing to do with any religion. He created us, put us in our locations, inspired us through the things and an environment. Our tongue, we came up with these cultures. Can people understand that? And then somebody is walking from nowhere to tell you your own culture is less, it's not important, it's dark, and you're buying it, and you bought it, you're defending it. In the next 50 years, probably all these people, if they're alive, they'll be defending Muslim because it's coming like a runaway train, no control. So let's look about this culture now. The things you reverence. My people did not practice religion. That's where I want us to go. We must go beyond religiosity. Our ancient people practice what you call spiritualism. When you go into spiritualism, you do not have any graven image you worship or serve. Go back, if you can go back in history, if we can go back in research, 500,000 years ago, 200, they didn't have these things. They might have deities, bushes, but they had no graven image they were worshiping. That was why when they come out in the morning, they will look up in the sky and call Chukwokikabiam. They were not talking to any deity. They were not talking to any graven image. They didn't have any Arusha therapy by their side. A time came when corruption set in. We must understand this. Why am I making this argument? Because everything you just referenced today, reincarnation, our people believe in it. Whether somebody understands the full meaning of reincarnation or not is another subject to debate. He's not talking about the reincarnation of the individual, the essence of who we are. What do I mean? When you come to human being, we have what you call the physical, the mental, and the spiritual. The spiritual continues to come back. That's the essence of who the person is. Because once that essence leaves, you say the individual is dead. It's in the book of Matthew. Like you stated, Mazi, when they asked Yeshua, whom they called Jesus Christ, according to the Bible, the Old Testament, it is stated that before you, Yeshua, before you, the Messiah will come, Elijah, who was taken by a hot chariot, must come back. This is what Yeshua responded to them. He said, if I tell you that Elisha has come, you will not believe me. In the person of John the Baptist, isn't that reincarnation? He's telling you the same spirit that was in Elijah is the same spirit that came into the entity you call John the Baptist.
Somebody was saying on social media, writing, commenting, no, if you say I cannot take Bible as my standard, now do we see anything? I say because you are lazy. What do I take? Do we have our people write anything, any book, anything to keep? I say because you are lazy. We always like already made. That is why they have the best thing. People now we go importers, we go China and bring already made. It's very easy and make money because you are lazy. What we are doing is trying to institute people into work.
Going to Christians can go to, I believe, how did I get this thing? Hold on. It's in the, I think, but let me read it. It's in the Old Testament. I think it's the book of Samuel. Let me see if I can bring it up quickly. Give me 1 minute. Yeah, but I know I'll get it before that time. So, we're talking about divination. because that's what they call it, divination, consulting God. I know you reverence Mazi. I know you reverence Samuel. Yes, but it's not only that. If they can go to the first book of Samuel, chapter 30, if you start reading, you can see what happened to David, or with David. And remember, who is David? David is the one that said is after God's heart. He's one of God's loved ones in the Bible, according to the Bible. But let's go to that first Samuel chapter 30. If you can read with me, those listening, I'm not going to go into the whole backdrop, but let me take it from verse 5. It says, and David's 2 wives were taken captives, Ahinoam and Jezreelite, and Abigail and the wife of Nabal the Carmelite. And David was greatly distressed, for the people spake of stoning him, because the soul of all the people was grieved, every man for his son and for his daughter. But David encouraged himself in the Lord his God. Now pay attention from verse 7. He says, and David said to Abiathar the priest, Abimelech's son, I pray thee, bring me hither the ephod. The ephod, E-P-H-O-D, and Abiathar brought hither the ephod to David. Now the question is, what is ephod? Now, according to the Bible, ephod is a cloth. It says ephod is a word you don't typically see today, and yet it carries great weight in the Bible when it comes to ceremony and honor. King David wore a linen ephod when he famously danced before the Lord when they carried the ark of God from the house of Obed-Edom to the city of David. Moses' brother Aaron donned the ephod and other priestly garment as his formal clothing. So now we have established that ephod is a linen. When you see the Jewish priest, that dress, that long gown they will put on, there is something, that this thing that has like, it's like a breastplate. It has like 12 colors or 12 stones attached to it. That is the ephod. Before you could go to the presence of God, according to the Jewish religious custom, that the high priest or the priest, the Levites, you must wear that to go in. Just like our ancestors, when they dress in their own way, before the high wafa, our people would say what it was nasty. But let's move on. That's not where I'm going. So now we have established effort. Now the question is, what did David do? He said, and David inquired at the Lord, saying, shall I pursue after these troops? Shall I overtake them? And he answered him, pursue, for thou shalt surely overtake them, and without for recover all. Okay, now there is something else I want us to understand when we're talking about ephod. Ephod is what? The garment. But there is something else. When you go and study the Bible deeply, you will find it there. Not only
by slave raiders. When he went there, when he born child as a slave, he made sure he explained to the child that, look, I come from a country, a place whereby in Africa, where there are, they call river. I don't know, I read it a long time, but I've forgotten. He said whether they call the river
where our ancestors lived. I'm not talking about when it became corrupted, their spiritual way of life became corrupted. Even though some of those things are being used today, some of them use what you call egayara, the cow receipt. That was really their own, they were using to consult with Chukwokika. Now let's see it from the Jewish point of view, because I am laying this argument and foundation because you cannot speak of the Christian Bible without the foundation of where it came, because I call them the corrupted version of it. They can argue with me. So now he said nobody knows exactly what the ancient Urim and Turim were. The Bible does not tell us or how they were used, or even if they were one or more objects. Now these were objects. He said throughout the history there have been many stories about these mysterious, apparently material
items connected with the breastplate. Remember the breastplate I talked about, ephod, worn exclusively by the Israelite high priest. They seem to have been stones or a stone used as a kind of divine oracle associated with divination and perhaps in particular ceremony and the casting of lots. Most scholars believe the Urim and Thummim to have been objects associated with such divination, to the effect that academic discussion about them has largely ceased. Now, those who are talking about like my ancestors or the way of my ancestors, like again, I'm saying I still do not adhere to religious aspect of our own way, culture of trying to access God. No, because it's been corrupted. That's what we are speaking about. Why is it that my own culture cannot be revisited and refined and take it to, because we have the real one? What do I mean? In the olden days, like you rightly said, Mazi, once a child is born, you go for consultation. You want to know the essence, the spiritual essence that is coming back. I too, my father did it for me. I know. And honestly, when you rightly engage on that, you will begin to see if things will begin to make sense. There were people that were born. You can even begin to question why some of us are behaving the way we are behaving. They don't even know the essence that came back, because there are people that could be born, and because of what they did in their previous life, they carry a lot of negative energy that needs to be, some sacrifices need to be performed so that they can have a clean life in their life. When I'm using these words, we must understand I'm not talking about the physical entity of the human being. I'm not talking about the mental state, because these are physical. When we die, everything physical, mental goes to the ground. I'm talking about the essence of who we are. That's the spiritual component of man. I'm not talking about the Holy Spirit. So the argument here is this: we should make efforts, because our ancestors were not dumb. Our ancestors were inspired. That's what we should be trying to find out. How were they inspired and they lived such a quiet, productive life? Yes, every country, every tribe, every community in this life had intertribal wars. It was not unique to us. So when somebody is trying to tell me that the white man brought civilization to me, my argument becomes, what do you mean by that? Can we look at it? What did they do? Can we look at the positive and negative aspect of it? Because they did more harm than good, if you ask me. Look at where we are. We have lost who we are. Now the second phase of civilization, colonization, I meant to say, is coming. The same colonial masters are the ones supporting the Fulani oligarchy. What do I mean? By keeping quiet. They are telling you about the rule of law. A man was abducted in another country. Extraordinary rendition. We're talking about Western civilization. They brought us education, they brought us knowledge, and all that people want to talk about. And they are watching, and this individual has their own naturalized passport, brought to Nigeria, being tortured, leaving him there to die. The same people you're claiming that brought life to you cannot even stand up for the truth. This could not have happened in the days of my ancestors, because they so believed in the truth. I mean, even if you meet today a true spiritualist, they don't lie, not because they cannot afford to lie, because they're dealing with the spirits. They stand for the truth. But today, those whom you reverence that brought you civilization, whether you're talking about it from the religious point of view, tell me one religious person that has stood up to say this is against the law of man and against the law of God. How do you pick up a human being, put him in detention, solitary detention for more than a year, going to 2 years, and nobody is saying anything? Is it the way of God? I'm asking these Christians that all they're interested in attacking our culture. Again, I'm not making excuses for those charlatans. I'm asking them, how many of these priests who say they stand for justice, that God is a fair God, that God is justice and equity, and fairness. Where are they? Are they not seeing it? But yet the people that have done these deeds, the people that continue to kill, serve their communities, will go to church on Sunday and they will bless them, give them titles. What are we talking about here? In the olden days when my ancestors had their ways, had their culture, they left their doors open. Am I saying there were no crime? They were crime, but once they fish you out, or when they come out and brought out their ogunofo and called Chukwakikadiama, the person will be fished out by Ntuntuala. That's what it's called. Ntuntuala Gatuputonya. Just like in the case of Achan. When Achan went and stole the golden vessels and hid it, and Moses came out and prayed, Achan was fished out. So what are we talking about here, Mazi? I'm going to yield for now. As we proceed, I don't want to flog the issue, but the way our ancestors was the right, clean way. I'm not talking about the charlatans. It was a clean way. You go directly to God. The essence of the consciousness of the universal consciousness. That's what I call God, which interprets itself or himself, whatever it is, according to the way he wants to be understood by communities, cultures. He is the one that makes the effect, not a human being. But somebody wants to counteract that, and you are invoking God. In fact, I heard somebody again on a program, on a broadcast, talking about Christians should rally around and intervene, and they're trying to make Nigeria a Muslim country. They should pray. Prayer cannot solve the problem because God has nothing to do with any religion. They are the concept of man. Unless we rise up as human beings and say we don't want this, you can pray from now till next 20, 30 years or 30,000 years. God has nothing to do with it because he created no religion. He adheres to no religion. Syria was once a Christian country. Iraq was. Iran was. So if God, the God we are talking about, this universal consciousness, has a particular religion he's interested in, or he created, or he wants us to worship and adhere to. Let me pick Christian religion because that's where they say the only way, the truth. Why did this God allow Syria, Iran, Iraq to be overrun by Muslims? And he did nothing. Remember, he's all powerful. We must ask this question: if God is interested is for us all to come under this particular religion called Christianity, why is he allowing, or why has he allowed all the prominent Christian countries to be overrun by the Muslims? And why is he allowing it to happen now? Because God has nothing to do with any religion at all. God is a spirit, and those that worship him was worshiping in truth and in spirit. Mazi, I'm going to yield here.
You know, what we are doing here in this platform is redemption of our values. Total redemption. Because if we didn't do anything, let me tell you, they will confirm what Nollywood has been projecting. That Igbo tradition will go. That anything concerning our tradition will bat them. Because that is what they have been projecting. Do you see how they corrupt traditions and values? They corrupt it. Now they are now doing okay. Have you forgotten before? Last year or last 2 years, when young boys started eating shit in broad daylight, and in order to make money, just you are going to tell me that here our tradition? My goodness me. What we are doing here is total redemption of our faith, of our value, of our tradition, in order to tell people that, look, all those things they have been pinning on our tradition is false. Just the same way they have been falsifying or forcefully telling the whole world that IPOB is causing insecurity. Today we are seeing that IPOB is vindicated. They went and burnt a politician's house, tried to kill him, a governor, between this in a country that's supposed to have government, law and order, and nothing is happening. That is the the law of the most powerful, the law of the most powerful in a jungle. And tomorrow they'll come out, say IPOB do this, IPOB. You see that we have been right. So what am I trying to say again? That what we are doing here is just to refine, to make sure that we redeem ourselves from the shame that many factors has put us into. Remember, I said this, that the three factors of a powerful country are military, number one, economic strength, number two, and cultural influence. Without having cultural influence, you are nowhere. If, for example, today you have countries, citizens lining up, an Italian is there, a European is there, let me say a European, an Asian is there, a Chinese, an Indian, a Japanese, now you as an African, as an Igbo man, you are there, they line up, they say, okay, what is your value, what is your religion? A European will say Christianity, I'm a Christian by tradition, it's our culture. An Indian will say, I'm a Hindu. Oh, it's our culture. How do you do? You will demonstrate how they do, even their dressing, the sarai, the dress, everything. A Japanese will say, I'm a Shinto. This is our tradition. Very proud. And they will dress in a kimono. Now when he reaches you, say, no, I'm a Christian. Are you not going to be ashamed? European will say, no, this one is an impostor. It's an impostor. You are not a Christian. Come on, get out. Go. You're a butterfly calling yourself a bird. What is your tradition? You don't know. Here we are trying to redeem. There is one prank I saw on social media. Sometimes you watch things, you learn. There is one guy. He dressed like a so-called native doctor so to say, tying red clothes and rubbing nanya, just like a prank. Honestly, he said, please, he was begging for just 200 naira to enter bus and go, because a person he come to do something, it didn't work, this and that, just like that, just for fun. Any person he approach in our land, the person will run. Any person, the person will not run. No, Jesus, he run. And I start thinking about this. Sometimes the people that do all this thing, they don't even think, they don't even learn anything from it. But when you learn from everything, that is why we quote from even the Bible you are reading, so that you will understand. We can quote from Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart. We can quote from what do you call it, Shakespeare, any Shakespeare's book. You understand? All you learn. So this guy, nobody wants to approach him. The only lady that gathered courage to hear him out, he said, okay, I can take you to the bus, give my money to the bus driver so that he take you to, but to give it to you direct, I will not give my money to you. I start wondering, I say, look, this is how we have been programmed. Imagine that it's a reverend father with his regalia, or a pastor with his suit in that heat with the Bible. He will not even ask. People will give him direct. Oh, pastor, a reverend father in that regalia. People will not be afraid of him. We are diminishing as a people, for goodness sake. We are dying off as a people. The three factors of a powerful country is, among military and economic strength, her cultural influence. How is America so powerful today? Because they have cultural influence everywhere around the world. Both their food. You want to eat hamburger. You understand? Hamburger. Burger King. You wear jeans. You wear polo. These are their, you dance their rap. These are their cultural values, which they spread around the world. What is it that we are spreading? You are denying your own culture, running away from it, demonizing it. Now, don't you know that you are nothing in the world? Don't you know that? You are going to be regarded as nothing, non-entity. Non-entity you are. You are going to be hiding on other people's culture to pronounce who you are. That is fake life. You fake life. You are faking your living as a human being. Even the God you say you are worshiping is, he will be annoyed against you. Don't you know that? What we are trying to do is to go. Don't care. I'm a type of person. I can you can convince me, and I.
Where our ancestors lived. I'm not talking about when it became corrupted. Their spiritual way of life became corrupted. Even though some of those things are being used today, some of them use what you call egayara.
We correct them, say no, it is not that. We develop where needed. No culture is perfect. After all, the Bible you are using today, from time to time they have ecumenical councils. They have the Council of Mysia, the Council of Jerusalem, different councils. What are they doing? To improve and to adapt the Bible according to the time they are. But you don't understand. Everything, in everything, the only thing that is constant is change. Now, this Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, who is a certified, a known terrorist, he entered the office as the Minister of Communications and Digital Economy in 2019.
Colonized us.
And do you know what?
Because the world began to frown at colonization. What did they do? They colonized us through cultural colonization, which is mental colonization and spiritual colonization. That's what we're trying to wriggle out of. But why is this one so difficult? You don't see it. You can't see your brain on chain. You can't see my brain on chain. You can't see the essence of who I am, which is the mind. I am a dualist.
And they use it, connect it to your account, to everything. Under normal circumstances, it's normal anyway. But in the case of Nigeria, living in a terrorist enclave,
when it comes to philosophy, I believe in dualism. That's what I mean. I believe there's a spiritual world, I believe there's a physical world. So the mind is of the spiritual. So how do you engage with, how do you colonize people? How do you colonize the spiritual aspect of man? Through philosophy, which is belief, which is religion. These are the true prongs of approach they have used in climbing us down. Now let's look at what is cultural colonization. He says, he refers cultural colonization. I'm talking about
number. Information is there. Look at how, do you see how they do things in Nigeria? Whereas every other place, the law protects your information. The law protects your information. But in Nigeria, as long as Nigeria continues existing, the Fulani Caliphate is in charge. Now what they do, they use your information without you knowing. They register phone lines, phone numbers, SIM cards, and the numbers they give you, the SIM cards they give you to terrorists, to kidnappers.
Through cultural knowledge, they impacted their knowledge to us by telling us that what we had was fake, inferior. You say by activities, they change our institution. They began to institute what you call the paramount.
In Onitsha, you don't know that you are NIN, National Identity
Cultural
Number.
knowledge.
They seem are using to commit crimes is under
some
your
of the
name.
things you reference here, Mazi. We did not have prison camp. When anybody did something wrong, we had our way, our clean way of dealing with it. Either the person repents and comes and kualala, or you be sent into exile. Maybe when you go there and start missing your people, you will change of minds because you re-entered into your own community. There was no prison, because let the truth be told, when you send a human being to prison, psychologically have been proven. There are traces out there that can prove this. Case studies. Most people come out worse than they went in. They don't come out better. It's really the kind of prison system they have in Western civilization. That is why a place like Brazil, their own prison system is different. You can be in prison, your family can visit you, you are free to go to work, because they don't want you to be psychologically messed up, for you to become more anti-society. They want you to repair from your act, but you are part of this system. But when you lock a man up, in fact, there was another video I watched. This guy that had been killing people, and one of his own came out, said, "Why are you killing people?" He said, "Because if they catch me, they will kill me." Because of that, he was brutal. So what am I saying? We had a perfect system. People were not killed because they committed crime. They were asked, or they hammerala, or discredited the land. No, they were asked to come and appease the gods, and then they can re-enter the society. But where they refuse, or their crime is so heinous, they were ostracized. And we know, even we that are in diaspora understand how long you can stay without, being in contact with your family. So it was a very severe punishment. Nobody was killed, but they brought prison to us. They brought the so-called police to us. Look at our society today. Are we better today than we were then? The answer is no. He says, it is through institutions, particularly education and media, or the systematic subordination of one conceptual framework or cultural identity over others. We are still experiencing it today. Ask yourself, what is Uzodimma doing? Uzodimma is playing that stooge, trying to change the culture of our people. Even in one of his broadcasts, he said, "I am encouraging our girls to marry the Fulanese." Nobody said a word. Do you understand? Do we understand the impact of that statement, or even that mindset or concept? I never had any religious person raise up, whether it is traditional religion or Christian religion or Muslim. Nobody rose up and said, "You are trying to pollute our identity as a people." Because that's the easiest way to change a community or a culture. When their women begin to give birth to children that are not pure, am I trying to say that we cannot marry other places? No, it should be a choice. But for a government or somebody who calls himself a government to start saying, "I'm encouraging you to marry the Fulanese, not to marry any other person, marry Fulanese," you ask yourself, what is his mindset? What is he talking about? Because he has an agenda. He said, the understanding that culture is a medium for political and economic powers. When somebody is colonizing your culture, it's a perfect tool to mess up your culture. And the main goal is for what? Politics and economic power. That's what we are dealing with. Is anybody resisting it? No. Whether it's traditional religion, whether it's Christian, no. Rather, we have, most of us have, or some of us have become part of the willing tools. How can we then stand up and say we love who we are, we love our culture? And we are the perfect tool that continue to make the threshold perfect for this mental colonization, cultural colonization continue to flourish. Mazi, I'm going to yield here. If I start bringing everything I have in my head, it's going to be a whole lot.
Of course, because
Thank you, Mazi.
we need to open our lines as soon as possible. But let me say this. In our tradition, we are required as humans to solve problems and never to wait for spirits to come and solve them for us. Do you understand? In our tradition, we are required to, as humans, to solve problems and never to wait for spirits to come and solve them for us. It is not like what is going on today in both the Christian circle and the Okite, where, like in our tradition, yes, I know Biafra, but the result, what to do in order either to counter the doom that is to come or the evil that has happened is for us human beings to perform, to do. It is not to wait for spirits, to give you miracle money. You understand me? It is not in our tradition. This okay. I commented the first time, one time I commented it on social media, on Facebook. Some people came to say no. I said, this okay. We learn it, our people learn it from miracle money in church. And it's a fact.
It's a statement of fact, man.
It's a statement of facts. People should understand when this Pentecostal church came, what happened, how our people turned. Our people were turned more against each other. That people started calling other people is what I witnessed. Unbelievers, infidels. What the Fulanis are calling us today, and we are crying. Yeah. You call your brother an unbeliever because he's not going to clap a hand in the church you are going. It's pathetic. War against each other. People now started, they say whether it's evangelism revolution. In our land, everybody brew piper, every beer, crusade, this and that. Sometimes I now call with the Pentecostal, now call war with even the Catholic Church.
Even Mazi, they prefer marrying outside our tribe.
Of course, their brother, their Christ brother
in church denomination.
Yes,
they prefer that.
What a disorganized set of people. In Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did is to just try to pick the remnants of who we are. Otherwise, if we are left like this, we are gone. I won't do honestly. Because you cannot tell me the reason why you will see your own fellow brother and call him or her unbeliever. You cannot go and gather where unbelievers gather in the name of him meeting woman.
Look at where we are now, Mazi.
That's it.
Where we are. The Fulanis are telling you now that every other Muslim, Igbo Muslim,
they gather. Yes,
Muslim
that's it. Yes,
as a Muslim.
Yesterday I said I talked about it. I talked about it. That Igbo Muslim will be against his own brother because he's a Muslim.
Of course.
This is what we are fighting to uphold our pure value, so that we become one people we are supposed to be. Do not allow this foreign religion to bring enmity between you and your brother. This is idiocy to the highest point. I'm telling you, idiocy. We should stop this.
There is something you said now. I just want to pivot in. I'm going
to be fast, please.
There is something you just referenced now, Mazi. Very important to me. You said we in the true religion, the true spiritual way, not the spiritualism, the way of ancestors, which we are advocating for. The spirits are not the ones that do the job. You get the spirits to do you work. The spirits do not command you like you hear people say, "Oh, I am possessed by Mame water." No. You tell them, you direct them to do when you like Ishwaja, you direct them. They're not the ones that do the job. Just like when you reference Solomon. Solomon, the spirits did not use Solomon to do anything. Solomon used the spirits to affect changes. That's how our cultural spiritualism was and is supposed to be. The priest is the one that will work with the spirits, engage the spirits to affect changes. It's not the spirit that will come to command you to do something. Oh, I work it. Then the spirits are the one doing the job. No, you are the one that use them to affect change. They are not supposed to use you to affect change.
Of course. So, as I said, in our tradition, we are required as humans to solve problems and never to wait for spirits to come and solve them for us. Unlike what is going on in Nigeria. People go to pray and fast, waiting tarry night, waiting for miracles to happen, waiting for their account number to be loaded with money from nowhere. Is it not criminality? That is what they are promoting. Criminality. Cleansing of the land means removing evil and evildoers from the land, so that the land could be productive for us. The land could give us back abundantly as long as we treat it well. All these are what all these foreign religions has made us to discard. You understand? We should therefore restrain ourselves from the mischievous demonization of our very beautiful values, which is what distinguishes us as a people. We should only upgrade where necessary and make reforms according to the era we are. Our culture and tradition is who we are. This is because as a people we can never be referred to as Europeans or Americans or Asians in any way. Rather, we should be proud of who we are. We should be proud to uphold our values. This is what we preach here. Is it something bad? For goodness sake. Is it something bad? Restoring our pure way, who we were, that we are lost. I saw somebody sometimes many people, mad people everywhere in the name of Christianity. That person was saying pregnanting your wife as a husband is a sin. I don't know whether you saw that very horrible. Oh, a preacher preaching in the bus. Pregnanting your wife as a husband is a sin. Now the girl asks her, but why were you born? How? Why were you born? He said, did I tell anybody to bring me into this world? You know, you see that if this wind continue blowing unchanged in our land, we become a lost set of people, a lost nation. I'm telling you, completely lost.
We're almost there.
Almost lost. This one will be going to east.
And that is why Biafra is a religion.
It is. Honestly speaking, what people don't understand. So many people did do anyway, but some people don't understand what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has done in our lives to restore back our dignity, to make us to start thinking, talking like human beings, being who we're supposed to be. Instead of being relegated to the background, we continue trying to pretend to who we are not, who they want us to be. Always learning, trying to be butterfly, trying to call himself or herself a bird. Whereas we are princes and princesses. We are kings and queens, king makers and queen makers that are running around because of decimation. One of the factors, let me repeat it again for the umpteenth time. The three factors of a powerful country are her military, economic strength, and cultural influence. What is going to be our cultural influence? You say Christianity. Now, if you claim Christianity, what is Italians going to claim? Hey, here calls for wisdom. Go on, please go on before I open the lines.
Christianity in saving our life. These people we are clinging onto, these people, all these people that claim to be Christian countries that brought this religion to us, we are being slaughtered, we are being maimed, communities are being ravished. Have they said a thing? How can we be dealing with a business that is not beneficial to us? Because this world is about dog eat dog. It's not beneficial to us. They're turning a blind eye, as a matter of fact. They're supporting those who are killing us. What do I mean? If you go back to the history of Nigeria, go and find out what is the meaning of amalgamation. It's intentional. Because they want to bring out a new society where which they can control. That's why Britain is quiet. That's why America is quiet. Because if they can succeed in subduing us, making us to abandon our culture and embrace this culture, we don't even know what it is all about. Confusion, that's what I call it. They can easily control us. Imagine a situation where Mazi Ahmadike is not in existence. Imagine a situation where Mazi Ahmadike and us, which are few in number right now, are not raising our voices, where everybody have accepted this Christianity concept thing that everything relies on God to take care of us and solve our problem. We have to be praying for God to come down and fight for us. We have to be praying for God to put food on our table. We have to pray for God to come and give us jobs. We have to pray to get even visa. Can you imagine if the whole society is like that, Mazi? Will it not be overrunning us by the Muslims, by the Hausa Fulanis? Will it not be a walk in the park? The little resistance you're having now because you have somebody like Mazi Ahmadike who rose up, and then have us who have said, we are going to do this job with you. So why the British and all these Western so-called Christian countries are keeping quiet? Because this is an agenda they have from the onset. Amalgamation, when you amalgamate something, you come up with a new product, and most of the time that new product is weak, both in structure, in everything. Because by the time they finish this, if we allow it to be, imagine an Igbo person becomes a Muslim. So you have a Muslim as an Igbo person who will look at the rest of their fellow clan and folks as an infidel. You have the Christians. Anybody who is not even just a Christian, is not a member of your own denomination, is an infidel, is an unbeliever. Then you have the traditionalist, who is in every other person as not praying to the true God. That's the new concept. That's what is coming. Imagine how are we going to cohabit in that society called Biafra land. That's the game. Because when you have this going on, it makes it easier for these world powers to really and do what? Take everything, cut everything that is called natural resources, even our brain, for their own benefit. That's the game of the Western masters. That's why they're not raising a finger. They're not saying anything to the Fulanis. They're not trying to stop them. But I have a spoiler alert for them. Let them go and check Afghanistan. It's a case study for them, because that was the same game they played. These guys are vicious, they don't play. They will use you to achieve their aim, and at the end of the day, they will chase you away. That's what they did to them in Afghanistan. I'm speaking to them right now, so that
you are demanding equal treatment. You know, you are demanding equal treatment from people that are more than you. Is that not a foolishness? Is that not foolishness? When any country, Japan, even Indonesia, Malaysia can call Malaysia African unit, and you see the whole African president, all of them go with no dignity. The worst, what pains me is these people they excluded. Why can't they stand and say, no, we cannot go unless Haider is all of us? You know, you see that these people, we are in a mess. Before God and man, we are in a complete mess. We're in a complete mess. In Africa, we're in a mess. You know, where they use, before they are using ordinary people to capture their own brothers in Africa to sell. Today, they institutionalize their stooges, their agents, as presidents, prime ministers, in order to deliver a whole country or whole countries. Joe Biden said that he called the impostor. He said he's a model of democracy. Hey, they will, they will praise you in stupidity. They will continue praising you in stupidity. If you study history, you understand that before you become a you understand? America is a big country, it's advanced, it's most powerful, it's chopping others, it's exploiting others. Before Cuba, Castro take over by force in Cuba and pursue the American puppets there. America was a very good friend of Cuba. Very, very good friend of the former president of Cuba, Batista. But very corrupt, and the people were suffering. America was exploiting everything, taking the best part of Cuba. With the president, their president, they are praising him. Oh, you are democratic. Oh, you are our partner. We work together. This and that. But the people are suffering, living in squalor. That was the reason why Fidel Castro saw that. In every exploitation, in every injustice, somebody one day, one time must rise up and say, no, to hell with this. We cannot continue like this. And he did what he did. Cuban Revolution. Do you understand? For you to understand what is happening. These people, France now lobbied America, telling America now we are trying to lose people. If the West, they are the same. America and Europe. Mugus, our mumu. They are now trying to challenge us. France lobbied America in order to bring them and bind them, force them to sign some treaties and praise them that, you have to be democratic process. We are going to continue helping you, giving you aids. The same way France lobbied even America during the time of Haiti, when Haiti defeated Napoleon Bonaparte's army. They lobbied America. The same thing is happening in our present. History is repeating.
What's so traditional about African medicine? Is this not British traditional medicine?
Is lobbying.
Which part am I missing here?
And
both of them are traditional. So you're looking at economic slavery, political slavery, academic slavery, agricultural slavery. Look at
countries. All of them were happy going to that summit. Even when 5 of their fellow African countries were excluded, which they should ask questions. But do you know what America explained? He said, no, it's not demo. The UN states
plate of food
yesterday clarified its decision to exclude 5 countries from US African leaders holding in Washington DC next week. He said next week because that was passed. It's on 8 December this news, because the summit has been held. According to the State Department's office, 49 African governments and African Union dignitaries were invited to attend the 3-day summit beginning Tuesday. However, 5 countries were excluded from the invitation: Mali, Guinea-Conakry, Burkina Faso, Eritrea, and Somaliland. Justifying the exclusion yesterday, Senior Director for African Affairs at the National Security Council, Jude Devamont, said that the State Department wanted to respect the decisions of the African Union and did not invite countries the AU has sanctioned, as is the case of Mali, Guinea-Conakry, Burkina Faso. You understand? He said the other ones, Eritrea and Somaliland, were excluded because they don't have diplomatic relations with the United States. Okay, now, you see why I always say that, you see all these things they form. African Union, Economic Community of West Africa, say ECOWAS. they are all serving the interests of the West. Direct. There is no two ways about it. Anything that happens now, America, the West, they use all these unions in order to push them, pressurize them underneath, so that they do their bidding. Now, when they come on, they say, no, it is not us, it is African Union. It is the African Union that did it. So it's ECOWAS. It's not us, so it didn't concern us. You see, the worst form of colonization we are into. Had it been that these people are directly on top of us, so physically we are seeing them, it would have been okay, because we are seeing them. We hold them responsible. Anything that happens, we say it's you. They are here. I Jimmy, all going. But this time they are far. They are using their stooges in order to deal with us in a very tedious, evil manner. I'm telling you, it is very, very sad. Very, very sad indeed. Now, before I bring in Wada, there is also this news, just one news. December 15, 2022. Florida pastor and son arrested for allegedly
desired, and I had some how would I put it? I had some remarks to make regarding that last week program. One of the things I would like to be very cautious of is religion. Religion is a very dangerous thing, a very dangerous factor in any facet, in any setting, in any organization. The moment you inject religion, then we have chaos. We have to be very mindful of how we talk how we talk religion in general, especially in our nascent community, IPOB and Biafra at large. I'm a Christian. I will never be ashamed of the gospel of Jesus Christ. I'm a Christian, and I believe in the Word of God. And I also know that the Bible is not a complete book, because 14 books are missing. If you were to add 14 books to the existing 66, then we have a total number of 80 books, which can be renamed as the scriptures, or the scripture rather. You understand? So the Bible is not complete, because the Romans, when they were putting the scrolls and the scripts together, they deliberately removed 14 books, which was
the indictment states. Do you see? Only away pastor that the Jew no na command, they are now command the fire on the pulpit. Thousands are watching him direct. Other millions will be watching him through television worldwide. But he's a criminal. Do you see why I call them criminals? Patrice Lumumba, which I put his voice, he said, church, they put church, Christianity or Christianization.
Your faith, then you're okay. If not, move on. You understand? Jesus said, if you go and preach the gospel, they receive you well, bless the person. If you're not received well, you just dust up your feet and then walk away and see what follows the other person. So I don't want to go into all that.
Okay, but Mazi, before you continue,
point I'm trying to raise. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
As you said, this is an interaction. So that we take it one after the other. Any point you raise, we can interject. Likewise, if we are making any point you want to interject, you just say so that you interject. No problem. Now, you talked about respecting religion of others or beliefs of others. First of all, if I will start, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, this issue had been thrown to him when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started. Many people called him both privately, and openly, and told him that, look, if you want Biafra restoration, go for Biafra restoration. Do not dive into religion, otherwise it's going to bring
exactly.
But I hope you understand what our leader told them. That there is no way we can talk about the Biafra restoration without diving into religion, because this is who we are. We are we are a spiritual people. You understand? So that is one thing that baffles. We are still talking about we are afraid of, we should not bring chaos. And another thing, when you talk about respecting people's faith, which all I want you to answer this question without bias. Maybe you're a Christian, no,
absolutely,
just without bias. Do you think that Christianity has been respecting our religion, our own way of life? Do you think so? When they will come to our land, it didn't start from today. Maybe people like Odumeje burning down our. No, it's not today. It's something that it's something that started right from the missionaries. You understand? It's something that started right from the missionaries. They termed our way of life evil.
In Africa in general. What I'm trying to say is this is exactly the same craftiness that
to destroy our trees. I know of a tree in my place that has been there, very huge tree. Maybe it has been there more than 1,000 years, but they brought it down. You understand? And they deal with us as they will, as they wish, intimidating us, because the power is with them, just like the Fulani, what they are doing, because they are with the military, the British military. But now I'm surprised that it is the same people that will come and say, let us respect, when we are trying to take something that belongs to us. Now it turns around, no, respect other people's.
Let me
think it's a hypocrisy.
I get your point.
Okay.
I get your point.
Go on.
I get your point. You see, respecting our way of life is, you can view it from two dimensions, two perspectives. It could be individualistic, it could be as a group. A group may want to target your way of life, or a group or individual will target your way of life or your religion or whatever you believe in. You understand? My point is this. I'm tired of hearing this phrase, the author brought us Bible. Assume they brought us Bible by force. Wants to force us to accept their religion. It is still our own duty.
Excuse me, I'm not trying to work with assumption, because you say let's assume. The question I'm going to, why I stopped, I try to stop you here. No, I'm not trying to be rude. Is because you say let's assume. Because we
historical fact.
But that's what
you mentioned.
Okay, good.
How did we get into Christian religion? Please.
Okay, very good. Now, Christian religion, Christian simple definition means of Christ. It emanated.
I'm not going to be rude. Who asking the origin of?
I'm answering your question. If you give me chance, I will answer you. If you give me chance, I'll answer you. Christianity emanated from the Holy Land itself. When Jesus said, go out into the world and preach the gospel, that's where it started. It started from the Holy Land. So, and it spread. You remember Paul preached to the Gentile, and even Peter was initially didn't want to preach to the Gentile. So Peter and Paul, the gospel came from the Middle East and spread across Europe, and then the Europeans brought.
We're going to lay a clean foundation on this new nation we are trying to build. where equity and fairness and justice and transparency is going to be a true mantra. Because once you get yourself corrupted, that's how these people that run the
you that have a God. What is your way of life? Who instituted your way of life? For example, I do not know your way of life. What is our way of life? Can somebody tell me? What is our way of life?
Mazi, okay, let me come here.
Yes.
Let me come here because even you didn't. Well, I will come. I'm coming. Because you didn't really answer well the question. But
answer the question.
I'm coming.
Christianity emanated from the Middle East, from Jerusalem.
No, who brought Christianity to us?
That was where, excuse me. That was where the Bible. That's the origin of the gospel. The gospel of Jesus Christ.
Do not ask for you. I asked who brought it to us.
I'm telling you, the Europeans.
I said who brought it to us.
And I answered you. I said the Europeans brought it to us.
Okay. You have answered.
I answered
Okay.
it, or you I answered it. Yes.
No. Okay.
Yes,
Now, when you talk about
I wanted.
our way of life,
what is our way of life? Who brought our way of life? Who is the originator of our way of life?
Okay.
Our ancestors. Our ancestors.
Who is your ancestor? Mention the name of one. Mention one ancestor that you know.
Mention the name of the people that brought the religion to you. Europeans. Europeans.
Yes.
Europeans.
Yes.
Mention Europeans. Go ahead.
Mazi, we cannot move on if the discussion is like this. We discuss. Mazi, let us take it easy, please.
Yeah.
That people that are listening we learn. All of us will learn. It's a mutual issue, mutual beneficial.
Name of your ancestor, one ancestor.
Wait. Yes. That is not
one of them is
Obunde. Who is Obunde?
Mazi, please allow me to coordinate this, please. Allow me. Now, let me say this, Mazi. This is not. We are not in a court of law. You understand?
No.
We are in a civilized discussion so that we learn.
A learning section, yes.
Exactly. Yes. A learning section, interactive section, learning. Now, when you talk about our ancestors, now, can't you
your ancestor, my own no idea. Go ahead, Mazi.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
When you talk about we are an Igbo person like me. Yes, of course. So when I talk about our ancestors, is something. Even asking that question, it can make some maybe younger generation listening to squeak. Say, wow, why this person asking? Because you know why? You yourself, you are living, you are talking. You are saying as if maybe you don't have lineage. You understand?
I have a lineage.
Now, why asking who is our ancestor? As if we don't know where we didn't come from somewhere.
You talked about the way of life.
Yes. Now, what we have been teaching, like even today, I don't know whether you listened. We have been teaching this.
I know this.
Okay. Wait, now let me finish.
Go ahead. Not you. Sorry.
Now, what we have been saying here is going back to our way of life. It is something that has lost on the way.
And what is our way of life?
Wait now, listen, I'm coming. This thing, getting our way of life is just like somebody digging to get diamond or gold that is lost somewhere. I've been saying this, that we are not experts. You understand? In no life of human beings. People were even naked, not only in Africa, but in Europe. It's natural. Menala. But what we are here, people can call in, people can make more researches in order to find out. But the shame we are having is abandoning and demonizing our way of life, demonizing it, and now accepting completely what they brought to us with a bad intention. I can tell you.
Mazi, can I interject? Can I interject a little bit?
Go on.
Real quick.
Okay.
We call ourselves Jews, okay? We said the Biafrans are the Jews, right?
No,
But
that's not
your
comments. It's not.
Wait,
Go on.
Wait, I'm talking.
You cannot be on air saying things that are not verifiable. Nobody has said that, not on this platform. No.
I'm still talking, please.
No.
I'm still talking. Majority of Biafrans believe that we are the descendant of God. Even Onyendu said it, that Eri, Nuri, Eri, and all these names. He mentioned those names, which was centralized in somewhere in Anambra State, right?
What about if the Jews they come from us, Mazi? What about if the Jews, if the reverse is the case?
Relax.
Okay, go on.
Relax.
Go on.
I'm trying to make a connection right here. I'm trying to make a connection.
Go on.
This is my first time.
Yeah, go on. No problem.
Okay. Now, if you believe that we are the descendant of Eri, then what is our Omelala? Where do we come from? Go ahead, Mazi.
Okay. Wada, you want to say anything before I continue?
Mazi,
Yes.
you know, when I speak of scholarly research articles. I don't just pull things out of my head.
Written by human beings.
Listen, please excuse me. Please excuse me. Okay?
Mine too.
Can you excuse me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'll get out. Okay. So, what I'm trying to say is this. Mazi argued that we are from Nnamdi or from God. That's Mazi's opinion.
What's your opinion?
Stop interjecting, please.
Okay.
Try and make you have spoken for at least 10-15 minutes on this platform. I have my own input, please. If you want to talk for me and talk for yourself, I'll bow out. Thank you very much.
Very aggressive.
Allow me to make my own argument.
This is not you. Why are you so aggressive today, Madam?
Don't address me. Please call me Marien Haider. Stop the
that's what I'm saying.
now, listen. What I'm trying to say is, can I make my own argument? You've been speaking with Mazi Jonathan.
Go ahead.
My thing is this: if Mazi or Hamadike one made a statement or brought a mindset or concept that Biafrans are from God or whatever, that's Mazi's opinion. You cannot generalize it on everyone. You are not in anyone's mind. You don't know everybody's belief. You cannot make a generalized statement like that. You know very well you can't do that. That's number one. Number two, you talking about respecting other religions. All the time we've been speaking on this platform, we made it clear we are not adhering, we are not advocating for any particular religion. So I'm trying to understand where your argument is coming from. Are you arguing what is coming out from the platform, or are you arguing individuals that call in and made their own argument or their own mind?
Thank you for that question, Madam Haider.
Number three. Can you allow me to finish?
Oh, okay. No. Let's, according to Dr. Mazi Jonathan, let us address the question one after the other. Don't compile the question. Keep the
question.
But you
have been talking. You can write them down.
Okay, just allow him. Let him address the question.
Doesn't make sense.
Madam Haider, you brought me to this program by making.
Second time, please address me as Marien Haider.
Marien Haider. Okay.
Thank you.
Marien Haider. You brought me to this program because you made a comment last week that I did not like as a Christian. I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus Christ, and I believe that He is my Lord and my Savior. So I would be the last person to embrace a word like you use the F word on Jesus, which I believe in. That is why I said we should have respect for one another's faith and beliefs and belief system rather. Okay, so you brought me to this program. You do not have any requisite, any right to insult my Jesus. Just like I respect the God and the ancestors that you serve and who you serve, I will not use the F word on them. So that was what brought me to this topic today. And I come for us to learn from one another. What's the second question?
So I brought you to the program, so it's personal.
No.
When I'm speaking, can you allow me to speak when I'm speaking? I allow you to speak when you speak. And I make my own statement there to interject.
Okay, go ahead.
You're saying that I brought you here because I used F on Jesus. I wasn't even addressing you. I addressed somebody else. But let me go on that.
Effing Jesus.
Oh my God! Can you restrain yourself for 1 minute?
I'm right here. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, all the Fulanis, not Fulanis, the Muslims that have been trashing Jesus, destroying the Bible, killing people because of their belief. I'm trying to find out, Dr. Donald, the last time you made a comment or you posted an article about it or you come on air and debated that. I cannot find. So what I'm trying to say is that's the problem we have been saying on this platform. Instead of us to go and fight outsiders,
let me answer the question.
Instead of us to go and fight our common enemies, where we think we can make a road is within us. Okay. I did not even address you. You didn't have to listen.
You don't have to address.
You didn't have to listen. Okay, let me finish.
You asked
because you are just what I observed that you just want to talk, but nobody should talk. Nobody should address what you're saying.
You have made question. Can I answer it? You asked the second question. Can I answer it, please?
I'm the one that is asking the question. When I finish, tell you.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Don't tell me when I'm done.
Okay. Difike, go ahead.
If you think you had a beef with me, call me privately and let's have that discussion.
No.
You don't come on a platform because I made a statement. It's not about me. I did not even address you. It was not about you. You are not the only Christian. What do you mean I brought you to this program? Do you understand the impact of what you're saying? I brought you to the platform.
Okay, now you're making comments.
Okay, can I interject here, please? Please, gentlemen and lady. Let me come here. Mazi, before you say something, please. Let me come in here.
Okay, go ahead.
Like what you said, I was here also with Wada. He made a reference on somebody that was interjecting, trying to force her into discussing her religion with her. Whether his religion or her religion with her. I think he's a neighbor, a friend. He said no. He tried to force. He said please. That is where he made a reference. He said I could vividly remember. You understand? He said now he used F word on the person, on his Jesus. You understand? So my own take is this. Listen. Because we cannot come here to quarrel on A. It's unacceptable. It will never be acceptable. If it is not for learning, it will not be for quarreling. Never. So, what I'm trying to say, it is what we say here. We are becoming more Catholic than Pope. We are becoming more Catholic than Pope. We are becoming more Anglican than Archbishop of Canterbury. That is what programming has done to us. You are. I don't know your field, but I know you are a learned fellow. You are asking your first question, which makes me even chuckle. Say, who is our ancestor?
Our ancestors. Yes.
I'm surprised. I say, look, this is horrific. So, what we are doing here, let me repeat it again, is to make sure that we restore our dignity. Without a culture, we are nothing. Let me read for you. Let me say to you again. America is powerful today, the most powerful country, because of one, her military, number one. Number two, economic strength. Number three, cultural influence. America has a culture. Define the culture. Where is our own? Can you answer me? Where is our own?
Mazi, let me also come here.
Okay,
let me come in a little bit.
Okay.
A Muslim trashing Jesus and if my fellow sister trashing Jesus and my fellow brother trashing Jesus, I will put them under the same clause. You know why? Because they do not have respect for what I believe in. I have respect for. I have Muslim friends. I have Buddha. I have friends who are atheists. You understand? I have friends who do Omenala, like some of us that believe in Omenala. I have friends. I will not make any statement or any comment to disrespect what they believe in or their fear or their beliefs or anything whatsoever in that regard. Okay, that is why I want us to refrain from using certain words or making certain comments. I came on here. This is not what I have to talk in the secret. I came on here because that statement was made on air, and as a Christian, I want the world to hear and know clearly that you do not have any right. I do not have any right. You, Mazi, Jonathan, you do not have any right. I don't have any right. Marien, Haider don't have any right to disrespect anybody's faith or belief system. This is just what I want to bring across. And again, we're talking about going back to our way of life, our tradition, our culture. My question now comes: who is the originator of our culture? Who is responsible for our culture? Where is the template for our culture? Where is it? Because if you want to say the culture of America, let me give you a brief history of American culture. Part of it, this nation that we live in today, the foundation of this nation is built on the gospel of Jesus Christ, on biblical principles. Read the inscripts on the money. In God we trust. Go and read the letter George Washington, the first president, wrote to his son. It entails God. Everything about this nation is all about God. So if you talk about their culture, if you talk about American culture, then you're talking about maybe the Indians, the initial owners of this land. Okay? So culture for me is a thing we should, for me, I will advise that culture is not necessarily a thing that we should be bothering ourselves in.
Mazi, no. Mazi, that is where I will never
I know
agree
you
with
will
you.
come in.
No. I will oppose you vehemently, Mazi.
Okay, go ahead.
Any people without culture, they are lost. Do you know that?
Okay.
I think you know that. You know, what you are claiming, let me tell you, when you talk about respect, because I'm coming, please.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I don't solicit for disrespect on anyhow, but what we are doing is bringing out historical facts about what happened. You understand? To us, there is no way you can, run away from the fact that Christianity was brought to us with bad intention. Christianization of the Igbos. You find out. Number one. Number two, if you talk about disrespect of cultures and places of belief, they burnt our shrines. Christianity they burnt our shrines. They burnt our places of worship. They destroyed them with arms and ammunition. They intimidated us. And you are telling me that today, if I talk about let us go back to our roots. Now you are telling me no, we are disrespecting Christianity.
Let me come in here, Mazi, Jonathan, let me come in here. He asked a question, who is our ancestors? And I'm going to answer him. My ancestors are my great-great-great-great-grandfathers. My lineage I never met. Without them, I would not have been there. Their DNA is running in my system, whether I like it or not. The same applies to you, Donald, number two. So now, another question is, another thing you referenced here, you said you don't, I used an F word even though I was telling the story of what happened somewhere. You did not listen very well to even understand that I was rehearsing the story. You did not even try to find out why did I react that way, because I told my story. The person was trying to tell me what I didn't want to hear. We're talking about respect here. What makes you, as a Christian you claim to be, you think you should come and impose your belief on me and I should take it without reacting? That's the problem I have with Christians. You will see somebody walking on, you don't even try to find out whether I have the same belief you do, the same belief you claim to believe. You just start telling me about your belief, and I'm telling you I don't want to talk about it, and you insist you must tell me, and then when I react it becomes an insult. But it's okay for a Christian to call me an unbeliever because I'm not invoking Jesus. It's okay for a Christian to say I'm going to hell because I'm not. If I'm not asking you to answer, stop interjecting. I keep telling you, it's okay for a so-called Christians to go and burn shrine in the front of my father's house, and it's okay. It's okay for a Christian to tell me I'm going to hell because he doesn't understand where I'm going. He doesn't have my own experience. You are speaking about your Christianity based on your own personal life experiences or whatever, or your family foundation. I have the right. You're talking about respect. Let's talk about respect. So what I'm telling you is this, or what happened was somebody was telling me what I didn't want to hear. That's my right. That's my prerogative. Why must you enforce it on me? Why should you impose your Jesus on me? I don't want to hear about Jesus. And that's my right. You said everybody has a right. That's my right not to hear about Jesus. Okay? So whether I'm going to hell or heaven is my personal life that I want to live and go to that hell. You stay with your own personal life and go wherever. By the way, you claim that the Bible is God.
Marien Haider.
God talks to you.
Let me interject.
No. Where you are, I did not interject. I did not interject whenever you speak. I do not interject. So you must allow me to finish.
Okay.
Okay, round up so that she will talk. Round up so that she will interject. We are not quarreling here, please. Yeah. Let us not put it in an order of quarreling. We are not quarreling.
You have made your point.
Allow me to finish. You can't tell me when I finish making my point. That's the thing I continue to say.
Because
why is it? Again, you come across as somebody who have no respect for somebody who does not believe in what you do, and I'm going to end it.
Okay, thank you. What made me come in to this program today wasn't because of your narrative. It was because whether you are relating the message to us as a third party or primary party or secondary party, bottom line is that you use the word F, Jesus.
Mazi, please. You are going back on treatment. Mazi, please. Please. I don't normally make you are not even God. You are not the custodian of Jesus. You understand? Let us call a spade a spade. You are not a custodian of Jesus to start coming to judge who talk to Jesus and who talk not. Let us put this thing inside our head, please. Let us not make here a day, because I will react in a nasty way. You understand me, Mazi? Are you judging somebody? If that is Jesus or anything, then tell him go and do your work. This is what is killing us. We are fighting for something that is foreign. Mazi, please. Everybody have the right to do anything, to say anything. As you say, Christianity, they have the right to come and kill us and scatter us. I know in my village what they destroyed in my village. And you're talking of respect. Is that because I'm nice? I don't want this thing to escalate, please, because it makes us. I know what Christianity costs, even in my family, in my own family. So if I'm talking with experience and boldness. Let no person provoke somebody into vomiting some things, please. We are in this struggle. Personally, I respect every religion, Islam, all. But when you want to use it to intimidate, to cause that because you have power to do it, that is where I say no. I used to say it when we rise up, when we are doing criticism, when we are bringing historical facts. Now they start crying that, oh, now respect to come. But the people they killed us, we are not human beings. The same colonial mentality. They have the right to kill us. They have the right to do. If we don't have an origin, why then do we want to get out from Nigeria? If we want to do this, we do. If you don't want, we leave this thing and everybody go and suffer and write his will and die and forget his generation. Let me tell you. Nobody is insulting anybody here. What we have the right to dig out historical facts concerning our origin, concerning our values. You cannot come here to judge somebody, say because are you Pope? How many Christians are dying every day in Nigeria in the hands of Muslims? Who ever talk? Who ever spoke? The other time, many times you see the Fulani entering the altars in Nigeria, killing the people, destroying the altars, and making fun of what is in the altar, wearing choir masters' dresses and laughing. You don't come to judge and blow hell and hellfire. Can I question a distance, please? Mazi, please.
Mazi,
we are going to stop here, please.
Mazi, no, you can't talk like that and you don't expect me to say my own.
No, you cannot. Right. I am handling the microphone. Mazi, please. No, because the way you are going, I want us to be interactive, but the way you are now in this is not personal issue. This is not personal issue.
I'm a Christian. You can't do that. You can't intimidate me. You can't intimidate me.
You can't intimidate me. Oh, Goruna, look at what Fulanis are doing. You can't intimidate me. Oh, here I am. Oh, here I am. I Kanu. We are very high and mighty when it comes to attacking ourselves. You can't intimidate me. But the Fulanis are killing you. You can't intimidate me. Who is intimidating who? You can't intimidate me. But the Fulani, you can't intimidate me. We cannot organize ourselves in order to fight back. Look, they have. Let me check this thing. Where they rally their Igbo Muslim brothers. You can't intimidate me. I know now. I call you. You can't intimidate me. But the Fulanis are intimidating everybody. Let me listen, please, because if I make this thing if I'm nice for interactive session. When you become personal, that is where I said no. You are defending Jesus, or for what? I was here. Nobody was insulted.
Is that we are Muslims?
Listen.
A Muslim preacher.
Listen.
That is where we gather the leaders of different sections, leaders of Sangaya, leaders of Zari, and all others, in order to sensitize people about this agenda we have in view. That is ensuring that we choose a Muslim and a Muslim, what we call the Muslim ticket. The union we invited are about 75 in number, especially the Izala Union from Kaduna, Izala Union from Jos, Salafia, Kadaria, Tiljaniya, GTI, Imwan, Form 1, and women in Dawa, together with our Muslim brethren that are here, our Igbo Muslim brethren with the union.
Our Igbo Muslim brethren, that is only what I want you to hear. They have their Igbo Muslim brethren. Sorry, I made a. They have their Igbo Muslim brethren that will start coming tomorrow to defend Muhammad, to kill their brother. This is how they have programmed us. This is not something personal. If you want to go personal, I will cut you off. Why can somebody be asking who is our ancestor? Which means we fall from heaven. We have no dignity. That is where I will not take it easy. You can go another platform and talk anything you want. As long as I have this microphone, you want to come to bring another thing in another way, maybe to just victimize. Personal. This is not personal. Let us make interactive arguments that will benefit listeners and me and you and everybody. Not being personal. We are not personal here. We're not personal. If people, the action of European neo-colonialist acts. Their mentality is they will be killing you, but they are the people that will be shouting as victims. That is what the Fulanis are doing. That is what they do. They will kill you, but they are shouting more. What has Christianity? Look at what they have done in our land. Ravage, divided son against father, father against mother. Everybody, we cannot talk in as one people. Never. We forget anything concerning us is evil. And somebody come here to tell me personal issue. Speak on general, on what we are doing. Not being personal. Being personal cannot. Nobody is personal here. I don't know you. You don't know me. But we are all Biafrans. For somebody, for you asking, oh, who is our ancestor? That one is a very big. I felt bad when I even had it. It's more insult than anything, which means we are not alive. We must continue. Let me take a few more calls and close this program. Caller on, let me see. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening, sir, Professor Jonathan. And good evening to you, Wanda, Mary Haider. Good evening to all Biafrans. And our leader, Mazi, good evening to you, sir. Anywhere you are. My name is Ebo Chukwemeka from Mbrubu, Kanu, Enugu province. I'm calling from South Africa. I've been listening for what you guys have been presenting, and then this guy came in now and says what is our culture and where is our ancestors. You know, it's very, very, very humiliating, pathetic that somebody, maybe he went to school, maybe he's a graduate, maybe he's a degree, maybe if you ask him, he's educated, you tell you he's educated, and he's there telling you who is our ancestors. Like maybe you
don't know that he insulted Biafrans by asking that question. You don't know how I felt.
Do you understand?
I felt bad,
you know,
but I just held myself.
Yes. Even if he fall from the tree is his ancestor. That place he came from is his ancestor, but he doesn't know. So this guy asked, what is our culture? What is our culture? But there's something I want us to understand also before I continue to talk about the culture and the religion. We must understand this. Tradition, custom, and the culture are the same. Custom and culture are the same. But tradition is something that people can form, or an event that happens that continuously, either wrong one or right one. When it's continuously happening, they call it tradition. But culture is something that the nature, the law that nature puts, and the land, the law that existed from the nature, that is the culture, puts everyone practice everywhere in the world according to their geographical area, how the ancestors started. Master Jonathan, there's something you said one day. You said when Moses was in the bush and Chukwuka came to him, was a fire, burning fire. And he asked him, who are you? What should I tell Israelites in Egypt? He said to him that tell them that the God of their ancestors, you see now, which means the God that their ancestors knew, that they worshipped, that had been came to save them. Now, our own now, that Christianity came and they disorganized us, removed the wisdom, the knowledge that we have, and they gave us garbage. A grown-up man came and asking us, where is our ancestors? Like we fell from I don't know, from nowhere. There is no God. God did not create any religion. What God created is the law that governs nature. God is nature. God is nature, and He created us. And when He created the nature, He gave law. The law that governs nature. That is God. Anybody who knows the law that governs nature knows God. Our tradition, our customs is that a man, a husband cannot go and a father cannot sleep with his daughter. That's the law of nature. A son cannot sleep with his mother. That's the law of nature. A man cannot sleep with a man. That's the law of nature. A woman cannot sleep with a woman. That's the law of nature. A human being cannot sleep with animal. That's the law of nature. That's the law that governs man and the tree, man and the water, animal and animal, man and the food, man and the man and woman. Any law that governs nature. That's how we Igbo Biafrans has been living. If we look into we know there are corruption in our tradition and custom. There are heavy corruption, which we are trying to fix. When we get Biafra, we will remove the garbage and make sure we straight our custom, so that we know how children respect elderly people, how we respect elderly people, how father and the mother we interact. That is our nature. If this guy doesn't know what is our culture is the law of nature, the real law of nature that governs the land. Whenever you violate the law of nature, you violate the land. That's when things start going wrong with the city, in the community, everywhere. That's what I want to talk. This is what I want to narrate.
Thank you very much.
So much.
Many people are calling, but we make it short. Short, please. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Please go on. Let's be making it brief so that I can take just few more calls.
Everybody go and suffer in their own way. But I want to tell you that Mazi, be strong. Don't get discouraged because of people like this. Because as far as I'm concerned, the little I have known about religious people, they don't even care. They don't even care. They don't care. They are very comfortable in their little corner of slavery, wherever they find themselves, be in Malaysia or in India or in America or in England. They don't care even if you continue fighting or you don't fight. They don't care. He's trying to tell you, correct you, or this or that. Look at the thousands of people that have been born and killed in their own churches in the north, in Jos, in Taraba, Meduguri.
No, they are not concerned. They are not concerned. Because where they are powerful is when it comes to respect. Mazi, go on, please.
Fulani, they go in the north, they kill people in their hundreds inside a Catholic church, inside Pentecostal churches, and they will burn them into ashes inside that same church. Okay, let us take the last, the popular one that happened last year in in one of those Yoruba states. They massacred more than 200 people. With bullets, people were flowing in blood. This brother that called, he saw those videos. I will say that he did not even commit anything, purpose of posting anything concerning his own fellow Christians that were being massacred in cold blood. He will not do it. I know them very well. He's come here to come and tell people that why will you just say this? Respect and respect. Respect of what? They call us idol worshippers. Do you know what that means? That's an insult. And he's talking about respect. Which respect is he talking about? Huh? They call us unbeliever. Believing what are they believing that we don't believe in? And he's talking about respect. Anyway, Mazi, just be strong, because a lot of people are counting on people like you and the rest who are holding this struggle very strong. Who are resolute, who are consistent, and who are daily active. Nobody should come here be talking, trying to preach this and preach that.
Thank you very much, Mazi, for doing this. Thank you, Mazi. Thank you.
Honestly, I'm really grateful.
Mazi. Thank you very much. You know, the issue is, I see religious people. They are the most, many of them, they have nice people, but many of them are the most selfish. I'm telling you. You know, anyway, it will be another day. I will make it a topic. Disrespect, they are talking. You know, I've said it the other time. When we bring some things that is, they know is fact, historical fact that is against them. Now they say, no, you are disrespecting me. But he's questioning our ancestors. Who is our ancestors? And he's alive. They don't know his lineage maybe in the 15th. He doesn't, any part of Biafra land. We are all one. We come from one. No, he cannot research, but he's defending Jesus that somebody that I don't know whether they change it, whether what they say is truth or not. But we that are living, we are protecting upholding our value. Try to go back. It becomes we are disrespecting. It's very, very sad, honestly. We will not stop. This thing gives me even more power. I gonna have my caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller
Good
on
evening,
WhatsApp. Mazi. Welcome.
Mazi, thank you very much. I'm glad to be participating in your call today.
Mazi Nnamdi, is that you?
Oh, this is Mazi Ifai Chuku. I'm calling from Spain.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm calling from Zaragoza, Spain. Because why I called today, this is my first time of calling in your program. I was disappointed from this brother or whoever that called from the United States of America. Before I start, I will say, this man is just a typical example of the clip you played when you went to break. That said, the most educated in Africa are the most stupid ones. Frankly speaking, this our brother, before, while he opened his mouth and asked this question, who is our ancestors? That means he don't know where he come from. He don't know where he come from. Now he's defending Jesus. Who is Jesus? Does he know who is Jesus? Does he know how this Jesus came about? He said he's a doctor. I believe his doctor is maybe a medical doctor or doctorate degree. He should go and research and ask himself a question. How did Jesus come along? Who is really the Messiah they are talking about? You should go and read Revelation chapter 1 verse 14 and 15. And there they will explain to him the look-alike whom the Christ, who the Messiah is. If the description they give in the Bible there have any resemblance of this thing they call Jesus, is Jesus name is it a Hebrew name or however they call it? Is it a Hebrew name? Our people will be wallowing in stupidity and they will be claiming right about it. So I was disappointed for a matured man, to ask himself, not you or our sister. He is asking himself who is his ancestor. That means he don't have an ancestor. We should go and cover his face in shame. This is what I want to say. I am a coordinator here in Spain. I say may God bless you and empower you, and whatever you are doing, God will give you more strength. Thank you very much. This is what I want to say. Thank you.
That is a statement that it's an insult to every Biafran. Who is our ancestor? Who is that our ancestor? We will continue. Well, I don't know whether you want to add one thing, just 1 minute before I continue. Many calls are coming.
Yeah, can you hear me, man? Can you hear me?
Yes. Go on, just 1 minute, please. Many people are calling. People to read on. Go on. Wada, are you there? What is happening?
Can you hear me?
Yes, you muted your phone. Go on.
Yeah. So what I was saying is, even if you have to extend the time a little bit, I don't mind. I would like people to have input. Now, just from what my brother George, the last person that spoke, is this: the Jews, Jesus Christ, Joshua, whom they call Jesus Christ, was a Jewish man. The Jews are not defending him, but an Igbo man who doesn't even know him. Even in the Bible, Jesus Christ said, I came for the Jews, I did not come for the Gentiles. He's busy defending something he does not know. He asked who are the ancestors. I hope, or I believe, or he may want to tell us, he has no grandparents, he has no people that came through. He just dropped the sky like Methuselah. So he has no lineage, no chronology of his birth. He just came up. Or maybe his ancestors are Jesus Christ's ancestors. Now, the last thing I'm going to say here is this: I know him. Dr. Donald, you said you are a pharmacist. So my question, this your Jesus power.
Please, I think he's no more here. So let us just continue on. Please.
When people come to talk about this, okay, let them go talk about religion. They don't care about my own feelings. For more than 20-something years, I have been sick, and the people that did this thing to me were the so-called Christians. The people that did it to me were Christians. When I speak, I'm speaking out of my own experiences. That's why I've always said that religion is your own experiences. I was in church. I'm not new to church things. I was in church. That's the place you have the most vile people. I can defend myself anywhere, anytime. For 20-something years, I suffered because of so-called Christians. I prayed as a Christian in a church, as a Christian called Ancient of Days, when I was so confused, went to hospitals everywhere, nobody could cure me. When I asked God, I want you to show me yourself, he directed me to traditional religion, traditional foundation, where I got my help today. How can somebody come and tell me to believe in something that I didn't have an experience? Mazi, please, right on.
There will caller on, let me see, signal. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Can you hear me?
Yes, my brother. I'm hearing you. Am I coming through?
You are. Go on, please.
Okay. Good evening, Biafrans. Thank you for picking this call, and good evening to our sister Marien. My name is Ifan Chukwumadabuchi, and I'm calling you from the Netherlands. You see, when we talk about mental slavery, you don't have to be an illiterate to be a slave, or in a mental slave, being a mental slave. So what I'm going to make 2 points, and I hope I will be, that will suffice in this situation, because the first thing I want to say is that our brother Donald, Dr. Donald, that doctor will be in inverted commas. But the point here is that if you are talking about that the Europeans brought Christianity to Africa and Nigeria and then Biafra land to be in particular, do you know of a king of Belgium called King Leopold of Belgium? King Leopold I of Belgium. He was the owner of Belgium in the colonial time. For over 40 years, he was owning Belgium and harvesting everything as his personal property. Do you know what he told the missionaries, the Christian missionaries he sent to Belgium? And do you know how many people he killed in Belgium? He told his missionaries, don't teach these people about God. They know God past you. Then he gave them particular verses in the Bible to convert them. And Mr. Dr. Donald, do you know that Biafra land was conquered after 31 years war of conquest? They conquered Biafra land before the missionaries will come in. Why did they do that? And you, as a learned man living in America, suppose you don't know that even American anthropologists are saying that democracy that you are talking and living today came from Biafra land. And you ask us who is our ancestors. who are there. They are the most organized people in the world before even the Anglo-Saxons became have a universal suffrage. A doctor doesn't know his genealogy. My genealogy is that I did my family tree from the man who established my hometown. He first of all had 5 sons, and we called them Ebenezer. Before the sons got the sons, and before you did this town, Ebenezer will grow massive. And the doctor is saying who is our ancestor. And then, what again I want to say is that when we are treating this kind of issue, this kind of people will not come here in our forms to try to show disaffection. He is living in America. He doesn't know what is freedom of speech. He doesn't know what is that somebody can express his or her opinion.
Mazi, can I come in here? Mazi, Madabuti.
Please do.
Sorry.
Please do.
It's
Please
not that
do.
people are showing disaffection. No. People cannot show disaffection. The only thing is that, he talked about this issue of you don't have rights to say F word, and after explanation, what I want us to debate constructively, things that matter, but it's coming for intimidation. No, I cannot allow it. As a Christian, I don't allow it. It's not a debate. If it's warning, okay, now call and warn privately and say, okay, what you said, I'm a Christian, I'm defending Jesus, I don't know, but I thought that it's a debate, that okay, this, you ask, that is what I took it at the first time. I'm not shying away from debate at all, but when you come with intimidation, if we go up and down, you come back to that edition. That's why I say this is not a court of law. This is just a parliament where you make your points. It's not warning. Don't come to warn me or warn my Haider. Oh, what you say? No, as a Christian, because that is how they roll. I know them. It's what I've been part of. If I'm talking, I know what this thing did in my family. I know that. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. So that is the thing. It's not that it can so. No. Come with a organized debate. Now we listen. We go. But don't attack individual. Attacking as if it is personal. This is not personal affair. Mazi, go on, please.
Yes. That's why I said he is trying to show disaffection, like he is the defender of Christianity, and everybody else who is talking is the partner against Christianity. He knows what he's doing. He is very, subtle and conniving, but I know his angle. But this is the last thing I have to say here. This is by a Lord. I have to read this again because apparently our people are not learning it. By a Lord Macaulay about colonialism and the intention. This is for everybody who is listening tonight. The intention of the people so-called who brought you Christianity and the colonialism and the rest of it. This is their intention. This man, Lord Macaulay, in the British House of Parliament, he said, I have traveled across the length and breadth of Africa, and I have not seen one person who is a beggar, who is a thief. Such wealth I have seen in this country, such high moral values, people of such caliber, that I do not think we would ever conquer this country unless we break the very backbone of this nation, which is her spiritual and cultural heritage. And therefore, I propose that we replace her old and ancient education system, her culture, for if the Africans think that all that is foreign and English is good and greater than their own, they will lose their self-esteem, their native culture, and they will become what we want them, a truly dominated nation. My people, only ourselves, none but ourselves will rescue ourselves or save ourselves from mental and then physical slavery, because this, what I just read, showed the mindset of the colonialists and even now the neo-colonialists. And a doctor doesn't see that they want to take away your culture, your spiritualism, your education, and so forth and so on. Some people, I don't know, but God bless Biafra. Let me leave it there before I say
you have said it all. Chuku Gozio Biafra, that's it. We must continue. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program.
Mazi,
Udo derege.
Up to the platform.
Mazi, your line is not so good. I don't know why. Oh, reconnecting. Reconnecting. Oh my goodness me. There are many calls, so let me. Mazi, go on. Your distance is reconnect. Go on. You are back.
Okay, all the principal officers. All the media warriors, as Mudoshine Kederono, Eastern Security Network, as Mudoshine Kederono, Unle Jija, Ijija Wale, Unana, Ija Wale. Mazi Jonathan, as in country on na this program today. One night, okay, no US. Okuru arụ n'ọnụ, okuru ihe a na-akpọ arụ, ọ na-defend Jesus ọja nwa aka ha si wee bata n'Igbo.
Mazi, go on. Okay, what is happening? You are still on air. Go on. It seems you have been distracted. After you can call back, please. Caller on direct line. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Yes, direct line. Direct line, yes.
This is Mazi from US. This issue of religion, you see. Do you know that a good number of Jews, they don't believe in Jesus Christ is a Messiah?
See, you say a good number of Jews. It is many or most of them. Most of them.
I was driving a yellow cab. I pick up 3 Jews. One is a rabbi. They know my name. They asked me. I told them I'm from Nigeria, Christian. When I took struck into conversion, I was asking them why they didn't believe in Jesus Christ. That Jesus Christ came among them, they didn't believe in him. You know what they told me? They said that Jesus Christ was one of the prophets. He wasn't a Messiah. I said, but he was the son of, I was defending Jesus Christ, and as a Christian. He asked me a question. He said, that time, when Jesus Christ that came in the world, they were looking for a Messiah to liberate them from the bondage of the Romans. He asked me, by the time Jesus Christ came and left, were they liberated? I say no. He said Jesus Christ was one of the prophets like Isaiah, Jeremiah, Moses and stuff. That Jesus, and I was putting on it. You see, things that make common sense. Jesus Christ, he said he came and left. He was not a Messiah. A Messiah, he did not liberate them from the bondage of the Romans. But at the time I get older, I believe in him. But he wasn't the Messiah. That's why they said that's why they didn't pick up the Christianity. The Romans hijacked it. They wasn't interested. That they keep on to their value. Okay? That's why I want to keep in, because this issue of Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ wasn't the Jewish Messiah, and we came and we were defending it like we knew when it happened. Thank you very much, Mazi Jonathan.
In there, well, thank you very much, Mazi. You know, like the clip I used to play, he said the most educated Africans are the most stupid. I believe it. I'm telling you, I believe it. Because how I don't hear a like this, before you quote how PhD and this and that. So they don't no, you know, they are not coming from a point of view of learning. No. No, they come from a point of view of imposition. That thing they is like that. The Jews they even talk about, they don't regard, they regard Christian churches as a place of worship of idol. The Jews. It's in, I have clips of Jewish rabbis preaching it. They prefer mosque to Christian churches. Who is our ancestor? And you are alive talking, but you are defending something you don't even know whether it's real or but the reality you don't care. Caller on, let me see, signal. Can you hear me? You have been here for 5 minutes, a little more than. Caller on signal, are you there?
I'm here, Mr. Jonathan.
There, well, welcome to the program.
Can you hear me, please?
The whole world is hearing you, not only me. Please go on.
Mazi Jonathan.
There, well, go on. Whether you are you not hearing me? Go on, Mazi. Go on, Mazi. Call on signal. I'm hearing you.
Jonathan, can you hear me, please?
My good. We are hearing you.
Can you hear you, please?
We are hearing you. Go on, Mazi. Go on. Go on.
Yeah. My name is Vitalis Okechukwu Ibawuchi.
Mazi Gano Niru.
Okay.
Gano now.
I'm calling because of this our brother that interrupt this program. Yeah, because of this our brother that interrupt this our program this evening. I'm calling because the man, I think we have to ask him a question. And by asking a question, have this man traveled to Biafra land before? How long this man have traveled to Biafra land last? Because the way this man came to this platform this evening to interrupt our program, I'm very, very upset. Because we have to be brutal in this our restoration of Biafra. For this man coming on platform asking who is their ancestors. For this man to be asking this thing because he's in the US, say he's a doctor. I don't know the meaning of doctor he is. What is this man going to teach his children? Or what is going to teach his family? He say who is the ancestors. It's a shame to him. If he wants to defend his religion, not in this platform, let him come to the media and make a video. Those that is know that is castigating about Jesus, let him attack them. Not to come in this platform to come and say whatever he wants. He just come to interrupt this our program we are enjoying this evening. I'm very, very ashamed to this man. If this man is hearing me, let him travel to Nigeria or travel to Zoo and see how the situation is over there. If you allow me to say, at least this man may answer Igbo name, but I think if he can try this man lineage, maybe he's from Fulani blood.
No, Mazi, he never reached that stage.
Because I'm very, very, very upset for somebody call himself a doctor, they see what is coming out on his mind and say, who is the ancestors? What are you going to teach your children? That means As for you to be in that US, if, for example, they send man to take you to that place, it means it's a waste of nothing. So why I'm saying so, because if you know that this our restoration of Biafra, we don't joke about it. Anybody that come and interrupt us, we have to face him, because what this man is saying, he's not supposed to say it. Mazi Jonathan, please don't be angry.
No,
continue
Mazi.
What you are saying.
Don't worry.
With Marien Haider, you people should continue this program. We are watching and we are listening. Anyone that come in this program to come and say something that you don't supposed to say, we will attack you. It doesn't matter. If you know that, your religion is good, those people they are killing in the north, burning churches, why not come out in the video and say something? He doesn't say anything.
Mazi,
thank you so much.
Mazi.
Continue bless you.
And you too.
God continue bless you. So may God bless you. We continue to listen to what they're saying. Hey, Biafra.
Almost say Biafra. Thank you. I say calls that are pouring in. Biafra. That's any type of argument our brother has. Only that question to God who made me. Oh God, the question or sure come like this, but I kept quiet. I say, who is our ancestor? That is a very big insult. But we must continue. It's not something personal, but some people, what we are here is to direct, to open facts, bring facts and figures, historical facts, so that you make good choice. You understand? You make good choice, go and research, and make your choice. That is it. If you want to continue in your destiny, that is up to you. But all our focus is getting Biafra, and we are not getting Biafra anyhow, for your information, because we don't want a situation whereby Biafra will be restored and we must have basic value, our basic value. We don't want to restore another country more worse than zoo. Instead, I'm telling you. Look at in our land. Onye CMS is Onye will not marry Catholic. Catholic will not marry deeper life. And there is problems everywhere because of these people. And when you talk, people, no, leave me. It's my the way I be. Why? How? A people without culture is like a lost set of people. I'm telling you. That is what you should know. You are taken away today. Caller on, let me see. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Welcome to the program. Go on. Mazi kusino kuikebiko ulio kuge. It seems you have your listening device on, or I don't know what.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The whole world is hearing you. You are talking on an international radio, please.
Okay. My name is Mazi.
Go on, Mazi. Oh.
I'm calling from my location. Okay, please, my take on this issue is okay, doctor, and he does not know the meaning of his ancestors, and he's busy mentioning another people's ancestors, people he did not even know, people he did not even. That is something I normally ask myself, and that they say in our side, they say, and And also Bible also say that if you know Jesus, you have no God. And this person is coming here to ask who is our ancestors. And on another one, they say, that our brother doesn't know where he came from. Guys, have we asked ourselves, why did Christianity, whenever you get birth, I want to ask your child, they will ask you, name your child 10 names, like Samuel, Moses, Elijah, all these names, because they know that even the name we bear, even the name we answered, like Chinedu, Okichuku, all those people are sent. If they are not sent, that name will not be existent. That is why the Europeans want to get our name, because they know that those names, they are the recent on earth. They are the recent we have been looking for. They are just calling sent. All those people are not sent. You see Chinedu, Chinenye, Chikamso, all these are our name. Those people that get this name before all, they are the recent. If they are not be in existence up to today, they will not be in existence up to today. So is that our people should learn how to think, how to go back, like seriously, yeah, America. If you suppose that did you know Jesus Christ? Did you know where Jesus Christ came from? See, there is something I want to say. It's just because this world, the world have civilized. In years coming, in years, that is the way they act, that is the way they behave. All the things we have been saying in this radio, all the things Onyenju have been saying, they are recording it down. You will not see them come to this platform. They will not come, but they are listening, recording it down. At the end of the day, they will now and put their names of our children who are not keeping record. That is why we still Onyenju always tell us, when you get to this stage, always bring your pen and paper, but you do not understand that statement, because he knows that in next 100 days or the next 200 years, the Europeans, they will translate all this and put their names, and then our children will be believing that it's them that have the story. It's like Bible. Our brother also say that Bible is not complete, that they remove 14 books out of Bible, that they are finding that 14 books to complete the Bible. Have we asked himself, why did those who removed that 14 books remove it, and they did not want to add it, and they have hide it so that people will not find that 14 books? Because that 14 books is us. We are the people that will complete the Bible. We are the people of Bible. This Bible we are reading, we are the people who they just come because they are clever. They turn the story upside down, putting their names. When they come, they say God of Moses. That is, you see, God of Moses in the olden days, in the days of our forefathers, they called their mother appear and answer them immediately. These people even make us to believe that God is man. Nobody knows God. And how will they make us to believe that God is man? Is God man? Our people need to reason. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, one thing, if I start thinking, sometimes I start thinking about our future generation. Let me tell you one thing. I become afraid. If Fulani succeeds in Islamizing us, in the next 200 years, an Igbo person is ready to behead his brother for talking against Muhammad. Do you know that? Do you know that? Think about it. Caller on direct line. Welcome to the program. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? There, we'll go on, please. Go on.
Mazi, good evening from the Holy Land of Biafra. Mazi, my name is Mazi Michael Israel. I'm calling from the land of Chukwuka, Biafra. And I salute our mother, Marien, Haider. Mazi Jonathan, Chukwuka, Biafra. Continue to give you people more grace, more knowledge, more wisdom to preach this gospel. And may Chukwuka Biafra make it a May he continue to give our leader long life and good health, more prosperity, more wisdom. Any humanity, man born of a woman, any woman born of a woman, praying for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to die. I say may death follow you and your generation in the name of God. Mazi, honestly tonight, that made that guy not make us very so. You know, Mazi, there is something he said. He said he's a doctor. I know he just come tonight to just as if he don't distract us in a lie. We are still marching forward. Mazi, he was asking you. Mazi, he was asking you about the template of our ancestors. Please, later you replay that program, this message. He was asking you about the template of our ancestors. Mazi Jonathan, no do work on the template, you know. Hi, Mazi. There is where I want to touch before I drop. Sorry. Mazi, you said something about our Dibia. That the Dibia in Biafra land that we have the Dibias, we have them in different functions. Now, Mazi, my time when the Dibia now told this woman, you know, Mami water, like some of them now, they call it also. They call it spiritual husband. And Mazi, this Jesus of 18, this is the reason why so many people, so many of our brothers have lost their life. Because Mazi, most of them, you will see this Mami water spirit, it will be disturbing them. Haider on it, Jesus, the thing will come and destroy them and destroy their life. That is why we have that kind of somebody who said it in America. Mazi, if I'm American government, honestly, I will sack that even that kind of a person needs to be deported from America. Because he don't even know his ancestors. It's a shame to him.
We must continue. No recriminations. We preach the gospel without recriminations. You know, you angry but sin not. That is it. Caller on, let me see. Caller on signal. You have been here, Mazi. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. You have been wasting.
Yes, Mazi. Yes, Mazi. I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you for picking my call, and we must continue. We must continue, Mazi. Despite Ikotrela in Abalia. Ikotrela in Abalia, but but I love what happened this night, because this is exactly when you know those that are listening to this program. When I used to ask us and you have seen that the people are listening. And our sister Marien Haider, we just want to say, may Chukwuka continue to give you the wisdom. I love how you try to calm down even when it was going personal. Please, such character from you tonight, I want you to keep it on. Don't be pissed off whenever such things come, because it's a challenge. Anytime we come on this platform to preach this gospel, expect that something like that will come. Where I was let me introduce myself. My name is Mazi. I'm calling from Austria, and by the special grace of God, I am the IPOB, also national PRO. Where I was really touched in all this drama our brother was asking this evening was where he was asking that who is our ancestors. Mazi, because I knew this our brother.
Mazi, it's not only you. It's there I wanted to, but I just hold myself. I held myself, honestly.
Yes.
I tried very hard to be nice.
I was really kuchad or one day because I do listen to him in some one of our brothers' platform when he speak. I do listen. I said, okay, he's part of us in what we are doing. But when it comes in terms of this spirituality of a thing, this religion of a thing, he see very, very far. These are the people who can even kill their own brother because of Jesus, even when he don't even know when this man they call Jesus was born. We are all born and being taught about this Jesus from white people. And when I was growing as a child, it was when my mother took me to church and I began hear about Jesus. Without that, I would have known who is Jesus. And our brother forgot that some people brought this thing for us. Before they brought this, you would have asked this question: who are we? What are we doing? Does it mean that we don't know God? Before they brought it, we knew God before they brought this thing to us. So why are we behaving as if we don't know who we are? If you don't know who is your ancestors, please, my brother, let me ask your name. Your surname is Azubike. Maybe Azubike might be your great-grandfather, or maybe some people strike the name of their great-grandfather and answer straight the name of their father. But even if you answer direct the name of your father, that your father have a father, he has another father. These are your ancestors. When you ask this question, anywhere they are tonight, they will be surprised. You asking that who is your ancestor? Your ancestors is the people that have lived before, even that give birth to you, your forefathers, even to the father that gave birth to you before you travel to America. They are your ancestors. Just as the white people are praying today, St. Nicholas to pray for them, St. Mark to pray for them, St. Luke to pray for them. My ancestors are these people who we have tried to put at the background, and they are not happy with us. That we cannot even ask them to pray for us. We cannot even intercede for them to come and help us in our fight. Why we are calling people who we don't know? So enough of this madness. Look at how look at Fulani, we are killing our people. Who are they killing? Is it only Christians from Enugu State? What have we done since we are killing Christians? Even the Pope, the so-called Pope, sitting in the Vatican City, what is he doing about the killings in Nigeria? Has he said anything? And we want to go and die for Jesus, the Pope is representing. Let us be wise, please. Enough of this madness. Please don't ask this type of question again. Even I'm surprised to hear you asking who is your ancestor and asking us what is our culture. If you don't have a culture, I have one. Jonathan.
There were. Caller on direct line, can you hear me? Caller on direct line, can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Go on, please. Go on.
Yeah, good evening, sir. Good evening, sir.
There will go on, please.
I'm calling from the Republic of Mazi. Mazi, instead of the man that just got out, that's our brother. I want to just good math. It's a shame a good up man who blew grammar as if he is his own language doesn't know what the meaning of an ancestor. The people that brought you to this earth is their ancestor. I'm from Abangwa. My ancestors are from Uri in Anambra State. I settled down where they call Obalangwa in Ishalanga. From Ishalanga, they now moved to Aba. The people they call also today, also in Aba, partnership. That's the first people that settle in Aba before we scatter all over Aba township. I moved head on. These are my ancestors who brought us from Uri in Anambra State down to Abangwa. So this man doesn't know what the meaning of ancestors, and they don't know what is the meaning of our culture. Today you dance, you wear ushiago, you tie two wrapper, your mother tie two wrapper. I don't know that is part of our culture. Our language, the food we eat, the type of food we eat in our land, how we relate with our family, how we cut amala, and discuss about how we are going to put all together in our family.
or organize meeting in our communities before they arrive or they do our culture. They don't know what is the meaning of a culture. A developed man don't know what is the meaning of a culture. Have you not been living before the white man came? Have you not been communicating with the gods of our land? The gods of our land is our God, because in every country, every tribe have a spirit that guides them, that lead them. You see here in Benin, the spirit they worship here is Bodu. That is their culture, and they worship, and the guy is guiding all along. That is their own God. God means God. It's also a deity. A God of man in America doesn't know the meaning of culture and don't know the meaning of ancestors. It's a shame to those kind of people. They are the people that is going to turn our land to a cat and rat. But I know they will never succeed, because we have come to fight what the British offer them, and they're getting it. Fulani are killing us in our land. Fulani. Have you go and challenge Fulani? Why are you killing my people? My people are Christians. No, they have power to come and talk in a platform of Radio Biafra. That is where you can show your power. Go and say Fulani. These are radical unbelievers killing we because we are unbelievers. Because as a Christian, you are a pig in the face of Fulani. That's where they are killing you. Fulani are fighting holy war. It is the Quran. Go and challenge them. You cannot. You claim respect. Why the other people in the same cause you are killing you? Did they respect you? You ask us that we have no right to join ourselves with the unbeliever. But the British that bring this Christianity join us with the radical Islam that are killing us today. Don't you ask a question? Don't you ask a question that you read, you claim? Can't you ask yourself, why did you join us with Islam, with the Muslims to kill us? Another unbeliever that is so radical. You can never ask questions. Go and make research and know the name of Jesus, where he comes from, and who is Jesus. You are defending another man religion, another man way of life in America. You came in America. What you are defending is another man culture, a way of life, their belief system. We are Omelala people. Omelala is our culture. If you don't know, go and study history. You see grammar, you don't know history. You talk about America. America is British that establishes themselves in America. This is their Europeans, and they do the America with Christianity. Christianity is their culture. Part of life. That is what they are preaching there. That is what they are defending, and you are defending it. Arabia was there to conquer us, that Islam was first of all to conquer our land. You are the part of people that will be defending Quran. If you send your sister or your brother to death in the name of your Biafran, the same way they are doing today in the north, that is reality. All of you should go and learn. Drop this so-called religious you are carrying in your head. It's leading you nowhere. In Nigeria today, I think that the GO, what have they done? The Christians have been massacred, but they are the ones supporting the same Nigeria to continue, praying for Nigeria to continue, to continue pushing for men that are killing their own followers, they call Christians. But in that Bible you're reading, you know that Cato Riala that separated Lot and his brother Abraham. That was what they separated in peace and go their separate way. So today, you are so-called religious leaders that the GO is trying to get and are the one preaching, doing campaign in their churches in order to promote Nigeria, in order to keep Nigeria one. So the killing will continue. Now, who is the single who? Who is the man of God? If you don't know what is the meaning for somebody stand at his word and defend that truth physically. Ahmadike is the man of God who stand by the truth and defend the truth physically. But the so-called GO that you are defending the religion they are the ones supporting the killer to continue. They are supporting the Nigeria to continue. My brother.
Mazi, please round up.
Yeah, Mazi, I still remain sick from moving Baba and sending from Kanu to I'm a son of Radio Biafra. Mazi, good night.
There were. Caller on WhatsApp, you have been there since 14 minutes. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Yes, I can hear you.
There were Mazi.
Yes, intervention by one of actually.
Your voice is not coming. I don't know. It's somehow.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. It's okay. Go. It seems
okay,
the phone
I said this intervention by.
Okay. No, before it seems the phone was far away from your mouth. Go on now. Go on.
No. I just put it in. Okay, what I'm trying to say is actually the intervention by the American coordinator, one of the American coordinators, reminds me of the the argument between Mazi Nnamdi and Ohamadike. Now, it's a symptom. It's just a symptom of the problems that we have in this effort to restore Biafra. Religion is an emotional issue, but I do believe in American philosophy. Don't let crisis go west. When I was growing up, during the time of Mbakwe, we used to listen to Ahajoko lectures. So probably if the doctor had actually listened to those Ahajoko lectures, especially by Professor Adela Afibo, he wouldn't be wondering of our ancestors, where we come from. But one of the problems again is that this lecture is stopped by this criminal. So that's why the leadership actually maybe try to collaborate with the intellectuals, our intellectuals, to restore state to this joke lectures, because a lot of things we learn from that joke lecture. If you listen to Professor I.D. Walker, and a lot of them, even what's it called? Anyway, that's the thing, and that's what I'm trying to say is that maybe the leadership might start thinking about cooperating with this thing to revive this Ayajoko lecture, which has been stopped by this criminal what's it called, criminal politicians we have in Biafra land. Even again, some of these things, when people talk to you, don't get angry or try to, because we can be sometimes emotional or get angry over these things. Just by reading Things Fall Apart, or refer somebody to read Things Fall Apart, he will understand that this religion Christianity wasn't only, it's a form of religion. So there was a religion we used to practice, because in that Things Fall Apart, there was an argument between a priest and one of the characters in that Things Fall Apart, where the character was asking him, the priest, if he abandoned his own God and then follow his own God, and then later on that God start having problem. So, and their God couldn't save him. So what is he gonna do? I remember that scene vividly. So, and that is exactly what is happening to us now. We abandoned our own system, and then we started with Christianity, and now we're having problem. And I don't think that this Christianity is saving us now. But this as it may, we expect these things to happen from time to time in this kind of program. So I believe that the way people handled it is very good, and maybe the leadership should also think about reviving our Hajok lectures, because it will be helpful to us.
Of course, Mazi. I understand what you're saying. Here we are trying to stir up intellectual debates on our value. These are the type of things, yes, people to make researches in order to stir up, to teach people. Let us have arguments, we talk about archaeologists. Don't we have archaeologists that can even continue going some sites and be digging in order to dig out issues, some things that we've forgotten? But no, once we are programmed to go that way, one way, and it's finished, you forget who we are. And Mazi, I understand what you say, but let me tell you, I love debate very, very well. But what I don't like is recrimination. when you come for personal attack, because I was trying to look at the mindset when he started accusing direct. Oh, it's you that made me to come here, which means you didn't come to debate, you come to warn somebody on air. Somebody made okay, because you say this on air, I have to come here to warn you. You know that mindset. So it's not mindset of maybe interaction, civilized interaction, talking so that we understand. And we even I try to mellow down that tempo so that we move on, but it still go back. That is the reason. So we have to defend. You want to show Pope that is more Christian than Pope. That is where, because there is nothing we can learn with that mentality. There is nothing to discuss, only to before things can escalate. That is it. So I have to cut it. It's not that I am. If people that know me personal, if we sit down, I am a person that listens. I can enter somewhere, you will not know that I'm there. I'm listening to it, watching everything, listening to everybody. That is my character. You understand? Because I love learning from people. But when you come to intimidate, to attack personal, and we direct you, you will still go back there to attack, personal attack and warning. It's not here, please. There were Mazi. There were.
Thank you.
There were. You see, we must continue. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. We are winding down gradually towards the end of the program. Wad, I hope you are still there. I hope. Okay. Udode. Caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Mazi Chede. Can you hear me? Yes, you are. You are. Go on, please.
Okay. All right. Mazi Jonathan Dewo, sir.
Dewo, Dodrege.
Udodrege Machineke. Our one of Marien Haider. Udodrege. We are happy that things like this happen. You know, so people call and say they are disappointed. You know, more I'm not disappointed when this kind of thing comes. You only go to say that. Hey, hi, name and because I was a kind of furious earlier, but notwithstanding, because with somebody, Mazi Donald as somebody, when we listen to him on programs where he come live to defend IPOB, he speaks very well. But in IPOB matter in our land, Ofuma na match everything. Only woman na more. You operate on that frequency. This is a kind of advice, because he made himself open for advice. People have been criticizing him, but I want to advise him. A specialist in one area, very perfect in that area. I does not mean that you're perfect in aura. Nobody has the monopoly of knowledge.
Of course.
We learn from people.
Of course.
When you come into a program where you're discussing, first of all, we are not discussing about European, we are discussing about who you are, you come from. And you have the temerity and even open to ask who is ancestor. My ancestors are maybe it's an English word, ancestor, I really understand it, because my ancestors so ya nna gị ha nna gị ndị bụ ndị bidoro go our ancestors. I wouldn't even a grandfather, my great grandfather, God do a mother who is your ancestor. A man call on Nagono, call a great grandfather on, call a bishop low on, which in the woman I live him and a but mother or somebody. When we begin to say the way it is in our mind, as we are trying to be segregating, or no, Christianity is not my culture. Christianity is not my way of life. So why will I start the way of my, because our leader, Mazi Nnamdi, he said that Biafra means going back to our ancestors, to our origin. That means he's not even listening to our leader. You know, sometimes I know much even the leader. We are too big to listen. Sometimes the problem is that we find it very difficult to listen to this radio Biafra. It's the only platform you can hear the truth in this world. No other platform. Remove that your egocentric, your degree, your PhD. To say under it, come with humility, come as a layman. Listen, you will learn something that will help you tomorrow. Because for him to come and make a mockery of himself on our hallowed platform, use his mouth to say who is our ancestor. I don't think I have more to say because I know he is a coordinator in this struggle. Our leadership, this also goes because we understand what we are doing because we can't entrust the care of our people in the hands of people who do not even know what we represent as a people. So if after onye na-amaghị ebe mmiri si mawe aga amaghị ebe ọ ga-akwụsị. We must first of all know where we started, where we got it wrong, so that we begin to make correction to enable us to move forward.
Oh, Mazi,
where Biafran is taking us back. It's taking us back. So we need to do something about it. I just got to say this. Thank you,
thank you. I say calls are flooding in like I'm telling you honestly. Caller on WhatsApp. It doesn't matter, please, if you have a opposing view, you have to call. We don't intimidate. No, there is no. This is a people's parliament. Please. You can call and make your view. The only thing I don't like a personal attack. We are not here for, it is not personal. We are trying to cure ourselves of this type of character. That is the only thing. Make your point, substantiate it. You get me like anything. I'm telling you. Caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to your program, to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
Yes, Mazi Jonathan.
The Kwarage Mazi.
Udo Delege Malaha. You people are doing the great work. Without wasting much of our time. Biafra is our religion. And the radio Biafra is where we worship. Mazi Nnamdi is our leader. Chupu Okuke Abiam Ekekerowa is our God. Chuku Okuke Abiam, guide our leader and protect him. And courage to all our leader DOS and our leader presenters and the two Biafra. Mazi, it's true we get annoyed when our brother Dr. Denard come out and ask us who is our ancestors. We don't blame him because it's in America. We're in Biafra land. We know who we are. If he did not know who we are, he is. Let him tell in children that they don't have lineage. You know, we are Biafrans and we know who we are. Mazi, Dr. Donald, maybe, when we call doctor, but we are Mazi, we're answering Igbo names. That is why we know who we are. We are ashamed by asking us who is your ancestors. Mazi, my aunt who taught me we can eat here.
your ancestors. This is Christianity of a 10, my brother. Some Nande Christianity in Piawalazo, but tomorrow, early morning self, Mbukwele Bible, Mnagam, Lom Nolini Roche. We sit in the top to you, they are selling, but I can't be confused. That is who I am. I know who I am. It doesn't mean going to church, but I must follow my ancestors do their things. You know, Jesus Christ, I don't know. English is Jesus Christ, all right? And I never hear somebody tell me what China calling Jesus.
Except about themselves. They know exactly where we.
The world we are in is dog eat dog. Until we rise up and realize that only us can save us from this perpetual quagmire they have put us in. If we are waiting for the so-called elite to help us, no, they cannot help us because they are all compromised in one way or the other. Man, let's forge ahead with the program. You know,
of course. We continue. Today we are going to continue on our series upholding our values part 8. And today we are going to talk about social under killing, savages, killing barbarians, killing Gentiles, killing, removing conversion of infidels. They slaughter children. That is why people that even their ancestors were demons, they are Europeans. You understand? When you complain about ancestors doing bad, they are Europeans. They committed atrocities everywhere, even against themselves. When you study the Scandinavians, what do they call them? Is it the Visigoths? They raid every time the lower part of Europe, Western Europe. They raid and kill, slaughter people and raid and go away. They kill themselves even in Europe. They committed atrocities even in the name of religion. So they are the people that are supposed to be even evil, but today they program you to worship them. Nicholas, they are so you know a chaplet.
Because that some is it Italian or Spanish some of Bible that Bible is not complete. Do you know why they remove those people? They are remove of us so that we cannot lead that place and know that we are at the origin of this world. Our land is the center of the world. If you don't know it, we know who we are, and our ancestors must bless us and guide us the way they guide them. That is why they live wrong life. Live 120, 130, 150 years. That is because they did the will of Chukwuka Biama, the God in heaven. That's who we are. So we must know who we are so that we can live like them. Thank you, Mazi, for your good work. May Elohim bless all the Biafra. Thank you very much.
Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. I think you'll be second to the last caller. Go on, Mazi. Caller on signal. There we go.
Good evening.
There we go.
Mazi Jonathan, thank you so much. My Haider, thank you so much. I know that somebody tried to, spite you up, but I encourage the both of you to continue doing what you're doing. You have followers. You have zillions of Biafrans behind you. What you're doing is a fight, because fighting for Biafra connotes us fighting. We are fighting from different angles. We are fighting from the referendum angle. We are fighting from the decolonization front. We are fighting from the religious front. We are fighting on all fronts. But this particular front is the major one being used to colonize our brains to believe that whatever we have is evil. Like this man that called, Dr. Donald from the US. I want to ask him, because I know that he will be listening to everything. I want to ask him, has he seen the picture of the devil that the white people painted? They painted him black like him. And the people that preach Christianity, that brought Christianity, painted angels in their own color. Does he know what that means? I don't know why our people just believe that they believe everything hook, line, and sinker without asking questions. Mazi, I am a proud Igbo man. I'm a proud IPOB person. I'm a proud Biafran person. I don't joke with my lineage. I know the history of how my town was established. I know everything from A to Z. I'm teaching my children. For him to come out and to be saying that he's asking a question referring to who are our ancestors. If he doesn't have an ancestor, we have our own and we are proud about it. What he did was like, it was a mockery of an Igbo. He made a mockery of himself. What he said this night, does he think his ancestors that are listening to it will be happy with him? He has offended them. He has rejected himself. If he rejects his ancestors, his children will reject him as an ancestor. That is what it means. And Mazi, please, in this fight, we shall not be gentle with anybody that wants to drag us under the bus. We should not give them that chance. They that are taught, do they know how Christianity came into force? Christianity was forced on top many Europeans that never wanted to accept it. Anybody that talks against it, they say the person is committing heresy. They hang the person, they burn some people alive.
That is blasphemy law in Islam today. Blasphemy. They burn you alive. The border of Sokoto was is an example.
Yes.
Christianity did it even worse.
Yes.
You know, when we say this, people say no, we are disrespecting. But it's a historical fact. It's not something we establish. It's there. It's what happened.
They will never want to go that way. They will never want to read history. Mazi, do you know what the Fulanis are doing? The Fulanis, in conjunction with the British, they are taking away history is very deep, because the mistake they are even regretting was allowing history to be taught after the Civil War. Because many people like us that were born after the Civil War, like me, I read novels about the Civil War. It changed my perspective. I chose to study history and international relations because of the love I have for my culture and for my people. That's why I want to make sure that anything is historical about Biafra, Igbo, they want to kill it. From Bite of Biafra, they changed it to Bite of Bonin. But many people don't know why they changed it. Mazi, you know the most annoying thing? The most annoying thing is that many of these so-called Biafran Christians, even the name God that they are worshiping, they don't know how the Europeans, how the Romans especially, created that name, where they went to drag it out from. They brought a name from nowhere and they joined Jesus, a Jew, saying that it was the God that gave birth to a son. Mazi, like now, presently, as we are now in foreign countries, if it's a normal sane man, the government will ask him, okay, woman will tell the government that a spirit impregnated her. Will they not take the person, the woman, to a psychiatric home? So why is it why can't our people think a spirit came from there and impregnated a woman? Can it happen now? If all of them will not be locked up in man, it's really shameful. It's really shameful that a man, as he is, okay, have you not heard about Charlie Hebdo magazine in France making mockery of Islam, drawing cartoons, making cartoons with Prophet Muhammad? They do it. So why is he angry? He's coming here to come and shout without any historical fact. Okay, how did Christianity start? He couldn't even make any audible sentence. He said Christianity was from Christ. How did it come about? Which people created it? The Roman Catholic Church were the people that introduced Christianity, and they had their reasons for doing that. They created it to spite the Jewish religion. They were afraid of the Jewish practice because if it gets to Europe, they are finished. Constantine quickly looked at it that no, we need to control our people. They formed religion with the seats in Rome. They started controlling the whole of Europe. The English people woke up and said, no, this thing cannot work. They started their own Anglican version of Christianity. From there, Presbyterian.
And make their monarch the head of the church. The head of their own church.
Yes.
So it's man-made.
Yes.
Okay, these are people. These are wise people. Wise people.
Huh. Mazi, our people don't even know that Prince Charles now, the King Charles now is the head of the Anglican Church. As they are collecting tithes, offering and everything, part of it goes to him, part of it goes to the Anglican Church. Why our people are so daft? Mazi, Biko, I don't want to.
Our leader have been shouting it since right from town. Sometimes he will, during Sunday preachings, he will say, "You on the church now, the time of Queen Elizabeth, thorough monarch, miserable people now. You pay money and it will be taken to England. Some will be taken to Rome. You are defending your Jesus." We must continue. I think, let me pick this last caller. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello, Mazi.
There, welcome to the program. Mazi, go on. There, Okay, in our time here, Tabiko. There, we'll go on, please, go on.
I don't want you to regarding people calling like the way you regard people, not religious people. When you said
sorry, in a use Mazi, in a use earphone, you remove it. Okay. Because the phone is sounding somehow. Well, go on.
When you regard the people as religious people, it becomes confusing. You know? So that thing as Christian religion. Even the other we know the religion. So they are Christian religion. People that believe in Christianity. That's very good. I want to. There's something. Dr. Donald said. Ask you a question. You know what the American supposed to do on? He told you that American is supposed to on God. He said God will. Do you know the meaning of this? That means we are not worshiping God. Jesus will trust in God. He don't believe that when we God has not that is the problem. That's why he's not talking down in our because we believe that our people worship God. If you say that American is supposed to be on God, God will say and wait and worship. You see, we are the problem. You see, we are. We need to believe what the meaning of our religion. That's good. And anybody who didn't know our religion, for people now, people are watching people. All the people we have. People believe, understand that they have it in their mind that our religion is broken. Our religion idol. We don't watch the Bible. We watch God. God. That's what we worship. Where is America?
We have he must so that he make mistake anymore. And coming about but I think I don't think we are
There were Mazi.
I don't think we are there's something I said. The reason why people know the reason why they Mazi, the reason why I'm going to how they teach us. They say that Jesus Christ is preaching the gospel. That is what they told us, right? The reason why behind his crucifixion is the word of God, Mazi, am I right?
Mazi, honestly speaking, your wordings are not coming out as supposed. I don't know. Maybe it's your phone. I don't know. You are making points that I'm trying to listen attentively, but not all you are saying. That the thing is sounding. Sometimes it sounds inside. That is why I ask you whether you are using earpiece, and you say
you come in and face
yes, and people will not be hearing it.
So maybe he's speaking and taking his mouth out of the microphone. He should keep it steady. Yeah.
Okay. I was saying, let me I said that the classification that American was built in God.
Yes.
In God we trust.
Not in Jesus we trust, but in God we trust. Yes. Yeah. Go.
In God we trust. So that means we are not worshiping we are not worshiping God. That means we are not worshiping God. We really believe that our God that is God that we worship. That's why it's okay. And this is the where this is our to have problems. Because people don't believe that we are worshiping God. They believe that our tradition is worship of idol. This is the problem. The people must know what our religion is. We are the true people that worship God. Not the Christianity. The Christianity they believe us. The Christianity is for conquest. When people give you, change your language, and change your tradition, it means they have conquered you. So I was saying that again that I think we are not the Jews. We are not Jews. We are not Jews. In the sense that I think the reason why they crucify Jesus Christ. The people know this. Why they crucify Jesus Christ? Man, should I talk?
Mazi, please.
I want to prove here, but I don't know. There's no time.
Okay, just round up in the 30 seconds, please. Go on.
Okay. I want to say that when we believe that according to the Bible, they said that Jesus Christ was preaching the word of God. That's why he was back. But now you ask yourself, Jesus Christ has been preaching that word since. He did so many miracles. And they didn't see him this. One day, what happened? That he has an agreement with the Jews, not agreement, and he told them that they are he said them that they are not the children of Abraham. The Jews told him that they are the children of Abraham. He said, no, if the children of Abraham, you people should do Abraham, you do the work of Abraham. And that you are not the children of Abraham. At the end of the day, he told them that they have the children of Satan. He should be told. And what the something want to put Israelite, what do you know about Israel? It's not what do you know about Israel? You see, take up foundation. That is wrong like twice. When they born the two of them, the father bless as a first son. They said that people feel the blessing, and when he saw the blessing, we saw the blessing through the owner
Mazi. I understand your point. Thank you very much. the issue about religion, I continue saying you have the right to believe anything you want. But what you don't have the right is to use your belief to harm me. That is our bone of contention. Well, you know why we're talking about Christianity? In order to open facts. Because our land is in a turmoil because of all these things, because of this religion. No family is spared. When they call us unbelievers, they destroy our, traditional.
Our ego.
Yes, they impose as they want. That is where we have problem. You understand? So what we are doing is even reaction, because we are people that we are subdued. We are victims, So that is the thing. Anyway, let me go to this caller on signal. Please make it as brief as possible so that I'll pick the last caller. He's waiting already on WhatsApp.
Yeah, thank you, Mazi. Ndewo. Thank you so much, Mazi. Adai, Marien Haider. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well.
Okay, Mazi Chukodi is greeting you. Why I wanted you to respond is that you are very matured. You are very, very matured. And then I was calling in when you are trying to speak, and a so-called claim brother didn't want you to air your opinion. The presentation didn't go well with me. I believe that in the subsequent coming, when other people call in to have a debate or to give us their own version of their belief, it shouldn't go this way. It should be, when you are speaking, he should be able to keep quiet or write down your questions, because sometimes you might lose your thought at the time you were trying to ask the question, because the question you were trying to ask was coming from the question he already asked, or his own contribution you were trying to refer. But there's something that you did there. You master a lot of maturity more than him as a man. So I thank you so much for not giving up. You maintain that you're a representative, and they must understand you're a representative, just like Mazi Jonathan, because you take out your time to come here to talk and to lecture our people. And I've not seen you in any way being biased. If he's coming here, the reason why he came was to come and tell us about what you said about his Jesus. I think he's saying it in a wrong place. If you call you privately or call Mazi Jonathan to say, no, you insulted my Jesus and I did not like it, then it should be a case of another time. We can correct that if there is anything like that, because it's your opinion to believe in Jesus and to insult Jesus, just like me. It has nothing to, it's your personal belief. It's your personal, so many people have done that. It shouldn't be an issue to him. If he thinks that, in fact, he made a lot of mistakes that I couldn't even understand, that guy is a doctor. He even went to school. He said America is founded in Jesus. Later he said again, God. And then God is a plural language. And America was not found in Jesus. And then he should go and read his history very well and know where the name Jesus is coming from, and what is the name of the person that he's referring to. If he say the person is from Jew, Jesus is not in any language in Jew. So I don't know which Jesus he's talking about. Is it the one from Finland or from where? But anyway, what everyone has spoken about, he said something about ancestors. Well, I think first, second, third, and generation is ancestors, even up to millions of them that have passed on, and that we didn't fall from anywhere from heaven. We were created just the same way God created every other people. And we have found out that we have lived over 5,000 years, and those people that left between 5,000 years and now are our ancestors. And there's nothing that have changed ever when they were here. Everything was going very well. Like I have been saying this, the Christianity, which is the one of Pentecostal that came in early 1950s, the one of the Catholic and the Anglican did a lot of bad job because they were the ones supporting the colonial master. When they were busy killing us, they were still in the church. They were not asking them to stop. But the one that brought everything in proportion was the one of the Pentecostal that came in. And then before then, we used to go to Brokrosai. But when the Pentecostal came, there's something that changes the hand of the clock at that time. Is that the Omenana, which is something that is hereditary from our ancestors that we come to see, were much, much, much better. There was no criminal. We were living in peace. Our doors were open. We were living in harmony. If he doesn't know that, I don't actually know where the guy come from. But we were living in harmony, peaceful, before they brought this Jesus of a thing. That now everybody commits crime and run into church, just like what Uzodima is doing. There are pastors who goes to pray for him in the House of Assembly, in Ebonyi State, in Enugu State. There are people who go to pray for them, which are the same pastors and churches. But if we bring these people to our Omenana, which is going to ask you to swear an oath with our ground, they will not do that, because the one they are using to preach, to pray for these people is fake. Is the one which is the one that our ancestors were using to, just like what Mazi Jonathan said earlier, what we were doing before the Christianity came. How was the judgment? Our judgment was based on there was no prison. If you do something, you are ostracized from the village, or you were kept in a communicado by not anyone talking to you. Things were going fine. Nobody wants to commit crime. Can we compare those 100 years ago to what is happening now? Or even 200, 300 years ago, that people were living in peace. 2 wives, 3 wives, everyone in peace. Okay, this guy have managed to pass the bridge and ask the bridge to break because he's sitting comfortably in America. He's talking about defending his Jesus. And the people with the Jesus are the ones that are raping and killing our people on the ground. I'm not even talking about Fulani. I'm talking about the churches. The churches. Go and look at what the pastors are doing. The so-called pastors. Look at what they are doing. Committing so much crime in the name of church. The Rabbi Jesus they were talking about, they turned the whole thing upside down. He wasn't doing what they were doing. He was not a Christian. He never go to any church. He was going to synagogue. What is this thing? What is this Jesus is talking about? Now Jesus, he said he's defending the Jesus, that Jesus is his ancestors. Oh, if he doesn't know where. Mazi, thank you so much for your program.
Caller on WhatsApp, please. You are the last caller. I shouldn't have picked your call, but you are insistent. Go on, please. I will not pick another call.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mazi Jonathan, for picking my call. Yes, I'm Didi Okori. I'm calling from Germany. This is my first time of calling Radio Biafra.
Oh.
That does not mean that this is my first. This is not my first time of listening to Radio Biafra. In fact, I'm personally your student. I have listened to barely every program you have made, alone and even with Marien Haider. But as a matter of fact, I know how you always handle issues. That is to say, Personally, I think we have overflogged this issue of Dr. Donald. You can see that a lot of people already forgot the topic of today, which you even made out your time prepared to deliver this lecture today with Maria Haider. But because of this little distraction, a lot of people already forgot the topic of today, and that is quite unfair. That is quite unfair from the side of Dr. Donald Azubike. But having said that, Dr. Donald Azubike, I have listened to most of his programs also. He has never been like this before. He is somebody I respect. In fact, if anytime I hear that he's hosting any program with any media warrior, I will always make our time to listen to him. But anyway, my wundi Igbo asị uche onye adịghị njọ, uche na-abịakwa na-abịa, ọkwa na-ewere aka nri kụọwa ahịa ewerekwa n'aka akpọkedi ya. You understand? So can I have a flog with this issue so much? Aga m asịsị Mariam Hida onye ọwụla akụ aka n'obi, Mazi Jonathan gbaghara ụtọ ụlọ oshikwe mee ma ụtọ ụlọ ma meghere.
Mazi, you don't need to beg me. There is nothing to gbaghara, please. Well, this is part of it. Honestly,
that's right. That's right. I know you. I told you I know you. I've listened to many of your programs. So in that fact, I would always want us to, handle issues as Mazi Nnamdi would always handle it, with intelligence and understanding. Thank you so much, sir.
There were Mazi. Thank you very much. Please, this is where I'm going to stop picking calls. Please, I have almost 2,170 missed calls only on WhatsApp. Only. Please. I know people will continue, but please, we are going to 5 hours, irrespective of some hiccups. Technical hiccups, but it's okay.
Let me.
Please go on.
You want me to run?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to start by saying this. I just want to appreciate everyone that listened. I just want to appreciate everyone that contributed, including Dr. Donald Azubike, because whether he knows it or not, what he did was fired up the base. That's what Americans say when it comes to games. He fired up the base. Even I'm so elated to hear that people who have not called before or deemed it necessary or important to call. So he factored to the equation. I'm going to look at it from the positive point of view, that his contribution has roused people who ordinarily would not have made effort to call. But having said that, let me go. So, and again, quickly, the last speaker asked about Itia Kanubian being forget about. There's nothing to forgive about, but I will not forget. That's me. I always use that word. I forgive, but I don't forget because I have memory. But in this case, there's even nothing to forgive about. Why do I say that? I've been speaking. I've spoken to a lot of platforms. A lot of people really don't know me that much, because I'm about to speak about my personal life, which I don't think is important at this time, because my entrance into this thing is about Biafra agitation. But let me share this a little bit. I have been debating since my life, from secondary school class 3. I have been debating. In fact, I used to appear on NTA, Nigerian Television Authority, at Aba. Then I was a student of Girls High School Aba. That's what a part of my route. So what I'm trying to say is that I can be fiery in my debate. I can push back in my debate, because that's what I have been trained to do. I can be aggressive to my opponent, because that's what I've been trained to do. But it's not personal, and it's not emotional. But the way I was trained was to make sure that I counter oppose my opponent, and then I make my opponent to be subdued to my own argument. So when you hear me coming strong, That's me, because that's what I've been trained to do. I was involved in school debate. I was that time it was called Schools Challenge, and I was involved in school quiz. That's part of my pedigree, but I'm going to leave it there. So I just want us to know that that's me when it comes to debates, especially when the argument, the mind is coming out fast, coming in my brain. I speak fast and I can be fiery. So I just want us to know that. So, but let me go to my closing argument. Now, I'm going to start by saying this. This Christianity, some of us are trying to defend. I want us, because that's the topic today. I'm not talking about any other religion. Because if you all can bear me witness, I've tried to be objective. I've always advocated that all religion, even today, I reference that all religion, including our traditional religion, I'm not advocating for them, because I personally, as Marien Haider, I was a Christian. I moved away because of my life experiences and circumstances, which took me to spiritualism. That's where I am. And God is a spirit anyway. So I am talking about Christianity now. This Christianity somebody is trying to defend, or some of us are trying to defend. Let us bear in mind, it was the same Christians that came to our shore, our abode, our niches, our communities, and enslaved us. Remember now, according to the book we call the Bible, all men are created equal by God. But they felt and they deemed it right to come and enslave their fellow human beings, dehumanize them, treated them worse than animals, put them in chains, lock them up, brandish them with hot irons, treated them in a way that nobody can even, you can't even treat your animal, even the wild animals. They did these things. Now, part of my pedigree, I took African American psychology in this country, and I took African American history in this country. That was one of the things that began to open my eyes. These people came in with sheep. Some of these sheep had the name Jesus on it. Now they will have these slaves, chain them, bundle them like sardine at the belly of the sheep, the slave sheep. These ministers will rape, this slave master will rape our women. In fact, they force some of our men to sleep with themselves, with all the people that carry this Bible we're talking about. Okay? In fact, when I took this class, the instructor, the professor had to warn us, our emotions. I didn't know what I was coming to embrace. If people were crying in the class. When you go and study what they did to us, that's not what I'm preaching here. So I'm coming from a place of experiences or knowledges, scholarly articles. Now, after they finish raping our girls, raping our men, the service was on top of the same sheep. The same sheep. I'm not saying another sheep. You are human beings chained below the belly of the sheep, and you're going upstairs to call on this Jesus. Where was he? That's my question. Where was he? Where couldn't he intervene? He had all powers according to them. He had the power to kill and to keep alive. Why was he watching another creation, another creature, another human being, treated his own creation to below animals, tortured them, brought them here, punished them, traumatized them, changed their names? Our names are the key that open our minds. You begin to wonder what is happening to some of us today. The same Christianity. After they finish that, when the world went into uproar, they now mentally come and colonize us with this religion. We are trying to unshackle ourselves. I'm asking those who are trying to defend it. The Fulanis, the Muslims are coming now doing the same thing. They can't even make a statement, say no, stop, these are human beings. No. The consulate of Britain consulate woman is in Nigeria, running around, running amok, working with those who want to eliminate and destroy us. Because why? What is important to her is their personal interests, which are natural resources. They watch our ministers, our Christian brothers, sisters are killed, slaughtered, communities sacked. Katrina cannot tell Canterbury, King Charles, what is happening. Let's assume they're not aware. That's her job there, to represent the country and tell them what is going on. The Pope is not hearing our cries. Because when you talk about Jerusalem, it has nothing to do with Christian religion. The Jewish people are not Christian society. So I'm asking questions. Even America, and I'm going to talk about America. They are killing us in a very brutal, inhuman way. Those who claim to be representatives of Jesus Christ cannot even ask questions, cannot even come to our rescue. Rather, they are accomplices to our demises, including our own, our so-called priests, our so-called elites, people like Uzodimba, people like Umahe. A priest was kidnapped, ransom was paid. Jesus did not come to save him. We must ask these questions. Where is the power? I am not saying this thing because I want to cajole anyone, but we must ask questions. Because I have my own story to tell. That's why somebody like me asks that question. That's why I react the way I react. Now let's talk about America. Our brother Dr. Donald came and tried to argue that America, in their this thing they said in God will trust. Rightfully so. I have two arguments there. He never said in Jesus we trust. Before I go there, Jesus Christ, when he was alive, whether he's resurrected or not, never claimed, according to the Bible, that he is God or was God. In fact, when they try to confront him, he said, no, I take instruction from my Father who is in heaven. I am only a representative, I'm paraphrasing. So he never equated himself with God. He never called himself God. The most he said is, I'm the son of God. He never said it's God. So if America in their creed, they say in God we trust, they are referencing the Godhead. But let me go on another dimension with this. Even if the America says that as their statement, which of the gods are we talking about? Because this God we're talking about have what you call universal laws, universal consciousness. Treat your fellow human being as yourself. Because we are supposed to be equal before this God. Is that what America is living today? The people you call America, they come into a place, subjugated the natives, the American Indians, literally exterminated them and took over. They subjugated their fellow human beings because of the color of their skin for more than 400 years. We're talking about God and Jesus. Where is the consciousness? Where is their conscience? When my people who serve God, who knew God, could never have thought about what these people did. The argument becomes, who knew him? Who knows the real God? Because there are many gods and there are many lords. Because people are always confused. That argument, the Lord and God, they are not the same thing. There's only one universal God. There may be numerous lords and savior. Mazi Nnamdi today, in the next 200 and 300 years, by his grace, I know that in no distant time, Biafra will have traversed. Mazi Nnamdi will go into history as the Messiah, the Lord of the Biafrans. So what somebody wants to tell me, that you will go to Asia and begin to tell the Asians they must worship Nnamdi, our Hamadike. That's what they're telling me with Jesus. Because Mazi have come for us. He's our Messiah, he's our Lord, he's not our God, he's our Messiah, our Lord and Savior. That was what Yeshua was. To the Jews, even he said it, I came for the Jews, not for the Gentiles. So which God or even Lord are the American referencing? Because if I take his argument, if he's claiming or he's trying to use this statement to ascertain that America is a Christian country, why are they a secular country? The last time I checked, America is not a religious country. You are free to practice whatever in America. So we must ask these questions and we must think deep before we say these things. Let's not be arguing on emotions. That's not what we're here to do. I speak out of experience and I speak out of scholarly information. There's only one God. There may be many lords that expresses himself to the people according to their understanding. What we have been saying here is that we must understand that the superior religion we must adhere and hold on to because of what we are going today as a people to save us is what Biafra as a religion. That is not negating every other person's belief. You are free to believe in whatever you want. But let us look at that North Star as Biafra religion. What is a religion anyway? What is a religion? You cannot hold it. It's not tangible. You, me, the other person, when we come together, we talk about religion. On its own standing, what is religion? You cannot feel it. You can only feel the emotions. You cannot touch it. It's not tangible. It's people that make up religion. Religion does not make you up. Can we understand that? Mazi, if I go on my argument, I can talk now to all this. Somebody made a statement, I'm going to end here. One of the brothers that spoke. When all these atrocities, from raping, from sleeping in the altar of this Jesus Christ, the so-called men of God will take women, violate them in the altar, inside the church. You're kissing somebody else's wife in the name of deliverance. You're defiling them privately in the name of praying for them. You're sodomizing our young men in the name of praying for them. Recently, the Catholic community posted an announcement. All those who have been molested should come forward. And they are talking about how much they have spent in fighting pedophile. You come to Pentecostal, people are killed, buried in the altar of Jesus. You ask yourself, where is this Jesus? Why is he allowing people to commit sin on his name and all power rests on him? These are the questions somebody like me is asking. Yesterday I saw, it was, I think, Mazi Wikenga posted it, or Mazi Metusela. This guy called Jeremiah Mafofo or whatever, going and displaying, talking about he's coming to give people money, claiming money. You're coming to give people money. You call it money, wealth transfer. You're transferring wealth from whose money, whose account? Is it not stealing? The same Bible said, a man who does not cultivate, who does not work, should not eat. Now you're coming out as a representative, I mean to say, an ambassador of Jesus, using his name to commit fraud, broad daylight, on social media, calling people to come. You're going to make them rich by transferring wealth of somebody else who has suffered, accumulated the wealth, and Jesus is watching. I wonder. That these are the questions I'm asking, because I asked the same question for me. Like I referenced today, I didn't mean to say that. For 20-something years I was sick. I called on this Jesus, he did not answer me. But when I spoke to he moved. It wasn't long. He moved and he directed me. Today I'm coming. I will come to testify of his goodness someday. So when I speak, I'm not speaking out of emotions. I remember in those days when my ancestors were practicing true spiritualism. What Uzodimba is doing today will not happen. What Uma is doing today will not continue to happen. What they could have done is come out early in the morning with the Oji Ose, Namaya, and Ofo, and then release some incantations. Both of them, they will start receiving it, because a lot of our blood have been spilled on our ground. But every day, people are praying. They're not even praying for God to intervene. They are praying to God to continue to bless him. In the church, representatives of Jesus. These are questions. Let's not continue to bury our heads in sand because of emotions and not ask these critical questions. This is my ancestor. The land you put your feet on, where your father was born, your grandfather, your great-grandfather, they were buried there. They are your ancestors. That is why it looks like the ground, the sound is very powerful, because if you go and analyze them, you will pick up the DNA of your ancestors. If you don't know where your ancestors, go and do that. You will know who your ancestors were. Mazi, I beg to rest here. Thank you so much.
There were one that you have spoken, honestly. Here we say it as it is, honestly. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, let me pinpoint some things that might be of interest. You know, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started this very tedious journey. I call it very tedious journey because it's a journey through our brain, through our mentality. It's highly tedious. It's not easy. The problem of the black man is the way we reason. That is the highest problem of a black man. Because this way we reason is why we were taken as farm animals to go and walk and die for hundreds of years. Now, let me repeat this because I've been saying it on this platform. Pope Francis last year went to Canada. I think it's the last quarter of last year, if I'm not mistaken, or either middle or last quarter of last year. His main mission when he went there was to apologize to the indigenous people there in Canada for the atrocities of Roman Catholic Christian Church, Roman Catholic Church, against the indigenous people. They recognized it. You know, I used to ask, do you know why Pope was able to openly go and apologize? Because the indigenous people, they are recognized. They study history. They were wise. They continue pushing. I could remember one old man, and think man and woman, he said today he can die in peace. One of the indigenous persons in Canada. He said today I can die in peace because I've been fighting for this for more than 50 years. Do you know why Pope did that? Because the people they understood history. But do you know, the church committed atrocities in Africa. But do you know why? No apology. You know, they don't even discuss it. Do you know why? Because Africans themselves don't even know that the atrocities were committed against us. Instead, we embrace them, embrace that religion, that slave master, we embrace him. Oh, I love Jesus. Oh, I defend him. I don't want you to talk against him. So, in doing that, we forgot the atrocities being committed with this name. So why should Europeans come and apologize? Why should the church come to apologize? Why? We are the people the people that the descendants of the victims of these atrocities, they embrace with whole hearts the atrocious religion that was brought on us. Why should they come? Because we don't even know. But here we make you to know. If it is what is paining people, we will continue bringing out facts. So, you know, we never start. I say, when you say we are equal to other, why not act like equal human beings? That is what we always put your brain to think, to reason, to act. The church, Christianity, when you study the atrocities they committed, even in Europe, even in Africa, where we are today, where our umbilical cord was, you know, we are buried. Let me tell you, it's highly heinous. Do you understand? So, the mentality of foreign religion, embracing foreign religion hook, line and sinker, it is highly dangerous, detrimental, because it makes you remove your culture. When you talk about America, as one of our brothers say, America is Europe. It's Europeans. They are Europeans that invaded that place and almost exterminated the indigenous people and lived there. The same value they have in Europe, that is what they have in America. That's it. They are Christians. That's the reality. They modernize, they modeled some things, put in enlightenment and remove this monarchy system, and that's it. But they are the same people. Now, somebody that is defending, that is ready to kill his brother in order to please Jesus. Let me tell you, go and study Pope Nicholas V. I have exposed it. Go and study it, please. Make not everything. There are things in secret. Go and study. Make your researches. Pope Nicholas V. He is the person. He's a saint today. There is a Saint Nicholas Day. Nicholas Day. So you're that is a program. I say it's a program being inserted in the mindset of people to colonize, so that you cannot rise up. You cannot rise. How can somebody with a mentality like this rise up and know that we are being colonized mentally? No, he's ready to kill his brother for Jesus. That's it. The same way our people, if Fulani successfully Islamize us, Igbos, let me tell you, in the next 200 years, the people that time will be defending Muhammad with their life, with their blood, telling you how he brought God for us. That is no person should talk against him. It's the same thing. I don't know. Let people understand. That is it. Because that is what we are defending today, or some of us are defending today, taking offense on, is what they killed our people to impose. The same way the colonization that is trying to go on today. But because we are alive in this generation to understand it, but people that are coming in future generation, by that time we will be all gone. They will not understand how, if we are Islamized now, the people in future, they will be defending Islam. Even today, Igbo Muslims I have had encounter with Wedu Agolam, which I called because I used to see what he was doing on social media. He's from, I think, from Owerri. The man that declared one time that any person that touches their mosque, any Igbo man, that they will all die. Do you see the danger of foreign religion? Once they bring foreign religion, and some people get it, it's because people will turn against their brothers in order to defend that ideology, that foreign ideology, even if it is to the detriment of their brother. That is, Chino Achebe said, things fell apart and the center could no longer hold. That is the thing. He said, okay, is it the character in that write-up? If I fight against the white people, I pursue them. Okay, they are too small, they are not numerous. No problem. We can do that. But what of our brothers that are being radicalized following them? Or how are we going to kill our own brothers too? It is this our brothers that will even fight us and call the military, the British military, to come and kill us. That is where the danger is. The danger lies there. That is why I say now things has fallen apart, and the center could no longer hold. A brother calling himself, his fellow brother, an unbeliever, an infidel. I cannot move with you. You are an infidel. What does it mean? Division upon division upon division because of foreign religion. That is why we are talking about going back, upholding our values. It is not by coercion. It is not by intimidation. Rather, it is by conviction. That is the way Mazi Nnamdi Kanu got all of us. Conviction. Now, what this man, what he's saying, no matter how you feel that he's insultive or anything, but what he's saying now is truth. Is truth. That is the only thing that attracted all of us into this IPOB. Nothing more. Truth. Nothing more. Pope Nicholas V, he is the person that first issued the papal bull, the papal decree, for Portuguese, Christian Europeans to go to Africa, and that it is the will of God. It is allowed to slaughter African infidels and Saracens, slaughter them, kill them, possess them. Do not give them, do not allow them to breathe. Slaughter them and take their possessions forever. It's there. Go and research it. It is there. He's a pope. The first person, the first slavery, coming to buy human being as slaves. A slave. Television in your house is worth more than your slave. You know that. Television, ordinary radio in your house is more than your slave. If you're a slave, you carry him, you cut off his leg, and the children will be laughing how he is shouting and crying. That is how it is. That is what they committed in our land. It is a historical fact. Pope gave them the blessing, official, right up, and he gave it to the king of Portugal. That time, other that it is their right as Christians to go and enslave these sub-Saharan African infidels and Saracens, that is the Arabs, that it is normal. So now he gave them the power. That is the origin of slave trading by the Europeans. What we say here, you go and research, make your researches, please. What about King Leopold? I have read the letter he wrote to the missionaries. That letter, do you know how it got leaked? According to the story, it leaked in early 20th century, when somebody, a Congolese, was given a Bible, and inside, not knowing the person, the missionary that dashed him the Bible, a copy of that letter was inside that Bible. That Congolese, he took the Bible home and opened it and saw a copy of that letter, and he was shocked, and he published it. That is how the letter is in. Go and type Google letter of King Leopold II to the missionaries. Go, I think 18th century. Go there, or 19th century. Go there and research. It's there. They wrote it verbatim. The whole things he wrote. Now you will understand the intentions of this religion you are defending on us. We make our case without fear or favor. You understand? And finally, what I will say, the most heinous crime of Christianity or Christian pastors and clergy in Nigeria today. It's not even, I'm not saying only about raping people, no. Because not all of them, I could say, or maybe not all of them are raping. No. It's not the most heinous crime. Do you know the most heinous crime? I used to call it crime against humanity they are committing in Nigeria. Do you know what? They are using the Christian podium in order to mislead people, to focus on God for their miseries, to solve their physical problems. That is what I see as the most heinous crime they are doing. They are removing people's minds from government, from holding governments accountable. They said no. Only one person. Buhari is not your problem. God responsible, so God will bless you. It's a crime against humanity. They are making people more docile. When people want to rise up, even any person that want to stay, they say no, God. And you pray for God to give you money so that you will build a house and buy generator and open borehole and deer end seats. When other people are being slaughtered security wise because of insecurity, you go to church, you see people giving thanksgiving that thank God is not me, it's those people. Thank God is not me. You see churches that the God of choosing, because you are a member of this church, that insecurity will not touch you. These are crimes against humanity they are committing in Nigeria. It's not about maybe only taking money or no. If they use their podium to open people's eyes and say, look, the problems you are having is not spiritual. The demons you are seeing is not a stop casting demon. The demons you are seeing are the politicians. Please, before God and man, people will rise up and go and catch the politicians one by one. There will be revolution. But these churches in Nigeria, Christian churches in Nigeria, are the shock absorbers of the politicians. The evil politicians in Nigeria, the Christian churches in Nigeria are their shock absorbers. Once they turn people into foolish mumu. Don't focus on government too. You have to be a good citizen. Don't fight. Don't make problem. Just be everything. God knows everything. Instead, they are catching on it, on that miserable situation. Make sure you sow your seed and God will bless you. God will bring job for you. They give them false hope. False hope is worse crime against humanity. That is what they are committing in Nigeria. But you see these people, they don't talk about it. They don't talk about it. They are defending Jesus. I say, do you see this struggle we are in? It's not something only physical. That is why I support Mazi Melchizedek when he used to say, now even if in this mentality, let Biafra no come, let go so that we become sanitized mentally, because we never sanitize at all. Many of us, we are still far. We are still far. We embrace our killers. We embrace, all things that we should be fighting. We embrace them. Because I we are one of them. No. How many Christians are being killed, slaughtered a day in Nigeria? Has people spoken publicly about it? Do they care? Do they care? Your life doesn't matter. If you want to go, they call you a butterfly, calling yourself a bird. Whether you like it or eat or not, that is it. They didn't talk. Look at Ukraine. Last December, Pope said, let everybody save for and send the money to Ukraine. These are the people they call human beings. Forget about you attaching yourself to them. Let us come back to uphold our values. That is what we preach here. Nothing more. So that we stand. We stand as a block, as a bunch. That's it. But when you attach yourself, you wear tie and carry Bible, hey, I'm a Christian, they are looking at you, they are laughing. They'll tell you, go look at this nigga, go and be who you are. You are following us. This is where I'm going to stop this program, please. We have been here since 5 hours plus. Thank you for listening. Biafra is our religion. Let me tell you, if you have any other religion other than Biafra, know that you have not started though. I'm telling you honestly. The only thing that can annoy me most to make it is when you talk about Biafra. That's the thing. If you are talking against our ancestors, it's just like talking against Biafra. That is it. So we have right to righteous indignation. That's it. That is the thing. But any other thing, I could remember Uchemofo. Do you know one of the reasons why Uchemofo left? Because they thought he's a Catholic. He's a concentrated Catholic. I have had many times with Uchemofo 101 on video on Skype, me and him. I know his mentality. I said, if we finish talking, I tried to call. He said no, because he blocked his mind and say, I'm moving nowhere. Biafra no me. Cherekwena happen Ghana here church. He may attack church. Say no. Don't you see? Mba. Sometimes one day we talked for more than 3 hours on Skype. Him and I. That day I know that he said he blocked his mind. There is nothing you can talk. Whether it's true or not, he don't want to know. That is his mentality. That day I stopped talking about anything religion with him. I say okay, it's okay. And do you see? because he love another religion more than Biafra. There is something you can mean with vex. Do you see it? He will touch him in vex and then say, now Ruta Biafra, why no? If you are going to touch that side, leave it. That is what we are trying to remove from our mentality. Biafra should be the red line, nothing more. Nothing more. That is Biafra. So thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, together with one other, we have stayed. Honestly, honestly, sometimes it's good. So for things to be like this, I love it. It's not something to.
No, seriously, I love it. But you have the spirit of debate.
Yes,
that's the thing. I tell people don't come out to debate. You got to have the spirit because sometimes it can be brutal.
Yes,
but it's
yes,
all,
of course.
At the end of the day, you're trying to make your point. I cannot allow my opponent to, debate me. That's the name of the game. So sometimes it can be very, very fiery. So, but I enjoyed it because, like I said, it aroused a lot of people. We're going to be talking about it. I understand somebody saying that. The main theme of the program today was, I don't think it's lost because all of them are, and it's
part of their part of it. Honestly speaking, it's part of it. So we must continue. What we do is to I even urge other people with contrary views to come up all the time. No problem. The only thing I hate, the only thing I hate is recrimination. It depends that is the only thing I don't like it. We either do very civilized debate, so because I want to also learn. You can talk something that will spur me into more researches and say, look, yes.
You see these people, I continue to say that anybody that's a fanatic in any religion, they cannot have a healthy debate.
Of course.
Once you're a fanatic, I'm just telling you, you cannot have that debate.
Let me close the program because we're on air. Let me close it, please. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening from me from here, together with Mwada Marien Haider. It is simply good evening.
Good night. Yeah. So.